Chapter 272. North of the North Region in the ancient desolate land, at the border of the North Region. The pitch-black mountain range was like the claws of a ferocious ghost. There wasn't a hint of greenery on it. Instead, it was covered with blood-red rainbows. On the highest mountain peak, there was a strange palace that looked like a bat cave. The palace was pitch-black, and there were rugged rocks on it. It was inexplicably terrifying. This was where the Leaf family, which possessed the bloodline of the extreme Enbat, was located. The Leaf family was only a remote corner of the boundless ancient desolate land. They could only be considered the lowest ancient clan. Even so, they had the power to control the lives of dozens of cities. At this moment, the entire Leaf family was shaken by a piece of news. The young master of the Leaf family had his cultivation crippled and imprisoned outside the ancient desolate land in the North Region. Not only that, but only 2 Dao integration stage elders who had materialized their Dao bodies returned. This news spread like wildfire across the entire Leaf family. This was a great humiliation to them. In the main hall of the Leaf family, it was as dark as night. There wasn't a single ray of light, but there were many pairs of slender and blood-red eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was an ear-piercing sound. Then bats rushed out like a tide. Every bat was in the shape of a human. They were all members of the Leaf family who possessed the power of the extreme Enbat bloodline. As the strange pitch-black mountain range howled, countless members of the Leaf family who possessed the power of the extreme Enbat bloodline filled the entire sky. In the center, there were 3 middle-aged men dressed in dark red robes. They were extremely skinny, and their eyes were sunken deep into their eye sockets. Their exposed skin was as white as a corpse's. 200 Dao integration stage cultivators who have materialized their Dao bodies, 1,000 ordinary Dao integration stage cultivators, 20,000 return to void stage cultivators, and 30,000 soul formation advanced stage cultivators. Follow me to the north of the North Region. You can eat as you wish wherever you go. One of the middle-aged men in blood-red robes said. The entire Leaf family was shaken. The middle-aged man in blood-red robes leaped out. The next moment, he appeared 10,000 meters in the air. His body swayed, and he actually transformed into a huge blood-red bat over 10,000 feet long. Cold air surrounded him, and countless ice shards condensed in the air. The army of over 50,000 people was like a dark cloud. Everywhere they passed, the sound of the desolate land. Li clan, extreme Enbat bloodline. This clan was extremely bloodthirsty, and they were no different from evil arts. Therefore, they were suppressed and ostracized by many great clans in the ancient desolate land, and they could only settle at the border of the northern region. But even so, ever since they arrived at the edge of the northern region, it had already been like purgatory on earth. This race fed on flesh and blood. Although the members of this race were humanoid, most of them still had the characteristics of the extreme Enbat in their bloodline. They were extremely violent. Watching their clansmen leave, one of the 2 blood-red, clothed middle-aged men muttered to himself in a cold voice, who would have thought Chinya would actually suffer such a calamity on this trip. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Gilded Rats, we wouldn't have been so careless. Brother, don't worry. The north of the northern region is lacking in resources. I'm afraid they won't even be able to produce a single human king. This trip will be enough to sweep them all away. Who knows, we might even be able to obtain quite a bit of food to greatly increase our clan's battle prowess. Another person said in a deep voice. Forget it. It's fine as long as Chinya comes back alive. It's not necessarily impossible to treat any kind of injury. On the other hand, the Gilded Rats must have come under the orders of the Divine Wolf clan. It seems this clan intends to unify the northern region and occupy the primordial God Mountain. On the other side, Long Chun had already sunk into cultivation. At this moment, it was as if he was sitting upright in a vast ocean. The azure spirit power was like a tide, layer after layer, surging towards Long Chen's Dantian. This was the spirit vein beneath the Tongbi Gate. Although the quality of this spirit vein wasn't as high as the spirit vein in the Tender Secret Realm, it was still considered a rare opportunity for Long Chun. His golden core coiled and rotated, and the golden patterns on it flickered continuously. Crack, crack. A crack suddenly appeared on his golden core, and Long Chen's expression suddenly became joyful. This was the sign of stepping into the fourth level of the Void Return Realm. Golden Core experts would have cracks on their golden core before they reached the third level, and when they reached the peak of the Void Return Realm, there would be a total of 3 cracks. Finally, the cracks would disperse the moment they came in contact with the power of law. When the golden core shattered, the soul seed would be born. However, Longchen also felt that it wasn't easy for him to break through. At this moment, it was already the second day he entered the first spirit vein, and he had absorbed nearly 3 levels of the spirit vein to achieve this effect. However, Longchen also knew the reason. When he was in the spiritual martial realm, he had condensed the power of 36 dragon elephants and opened up several times more acupoints than ordinary people. Then, when he was in the divine transformation realm, he had condensed a sea of chi of 100,000 miles and stepped into the Void Return Realm. From this, one could imagine how strong this golden core was and how terrifying the power contained in it was. Gently shaking his head, Long Chen sank into cultivation again. The entire spirit vein seemed to be alive, pulsating with his heartbeat. At this moment, on the peak of the godly knife gate, Li Qianye didn't say a word after Long Chen left. This was because he sensed the fierce intent on Jian Shisan's body. He knew that if he looked at Jian Shisan again, he would lose one of his limbs. Everyone present, be it Yi Hailon or the 5 sect masters, was staring blankly at the 5-element spirit-breaking array left behind by Long Chen. In just 2 days, 5 cultivators in the late-stage Void Return Realm had stepped into the Dao integration stage. This array was simply incomprehensible to them. It was obviously only a king-level array, but it had such a terrifying effect. Although these people were all in the late-stage Void Return Realm and were only 1 step away from stepping into the Dao integration stage, they knew that if it weren't for this array, it would be extremely lucky if 2 of them could step into the Dao integration stage within 3 years. The Void Return Realm and the Dao integration stage were not as simple as they imagined. How difficult was it to comprehend the last trace of a natural order? Only Yin Li wasn't surprised by this array. Back then, Long Chen had used a similar array to form an army in the Black Dragon Empire that could dominate the 9 big empires. Although Li Qianye didn't say anything, the serious sarcasm in his words was extremely strong. This was because he clearly knew the difference between the Li clan and the 5 sect masters. Time flew by. When Long Chen entered the 3rd spirit vein, his cultivation level had just reached the 7th stage Void Return Realm. At this moment, no one was curious or shocked that he could devour a spirit vein in just a few days. This was because the 5 sect masters had already heard the news about the Li clan. In fact, this news had not only spread to the 5 sect masters, but also to the entire north of the ancient desolate land. This news caused countless people in the 5 sect masters to panic. Wherever the Li clan went, corpses were strewn everywhere. Even the demonic beasts were devoured. They massacred every city they came across. Even ordinary people and children were devoured. Chapter 273. Rebellion and probing the entire North region was in chaos. The Li clan was like a dark cloud, and blood was everywhere they went. We thought there were only some aboriginals in the North region. I didn't expect there to be so much food. Yes, although the people here don't have high cultivation, there are still some low-level bloodline cultivators. They're the best food for the Li clan. Most importantly, there are no other ancient clans here. No one can stop us. Countless Li clan members had wings on their backs, and they were like bloodthirsty beasts. Some of them even had many broken limbs in their hands. To them, this was the best canteen. Before long, tens of thousands of Li clan members stopped at a small town. The citizens counting money outside the town trembled and knelt at the entrance of the town, their eyes full of panic. Kiki, one by one, the Li clan members landed quickly, and all of them had bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Everyone, this is the gift prepared by our town. There are 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones, 100 beasts, 700 pills. Everything is offered. The person who spoke was an old man with white hair. Behind him were dozens of soul formation cultivators. Behind them were women and children in veterinary clothes, as well as burly men with fearful faces. The extreme Embark that was thousands of meters in the sky didn't even look down. It only transmitted an indifferent order. The last meal will arrive at the so-called 5 great sects in a few days. The real feast will only begin after we rescue Chinya. Time to eat. Ha! I haven't been so indulgent in a long time. Gift? What a joke. Without the interference of the ancient clans in the ancient desolate land. This is the Li clan's heaven. Leave that child to me and a few women. Countlessly clan members that looked like blood-colored bats swarmed toward the small town like locusts. A shrill and helpless cries rang out in the surrounding area. When the entire Li clan left, the entire town was left with blood and corpses that resembled dead trees. Sunrise and sunset. The Li clan was called the Blood Clan in the North region, and this news spread throughout the entire region. More and more people headed toward the 5 major sections. In the hearts of everyone in the 9 big empires, only the 5 major sects could give them a chance of survival. Within the 5 major sects, the 5 mountains no longer had the spiritual light of the past. The cranes were nowhere to be seen, and the spiritual light had dissipated. There were only lines of formation patterns that covered the sky. An array formation spanned across the 5 major mountains. Long Chun had already left the 4th spirit vein and was about to step into the spirit vein below the 5th peak. But today, the 5 major sect leaders stopped him. No, rather than calling it 5 great sect masters, it would be better to call it 3 great sects, because 2 of them were missing. Long Chen's face sank as he said coldly, "The sect leaders of the Godly Saber sect and the Tongbi sect have escaped. The 5 major sects in the shadows and sumps. Now, almost the entire hunting shadow nation has fled to the abandoned city in the east. Even so, nearly a dozen cities have been slaughtered. The 5 major sects are losing control of the situation." What the 3 said made Long Chen frown. The Li clans made everyone lose their will to fight. Long Chun stared at the 3 of them and said, "Open the array formation. Let those who want to leave at will. But the array will be closed permanently after 3 days. According to the time, the Li clan's arrival will be imminent." After a pause, Long Chun continued, "Today the shadow hunting nation is in trouble. If it succumbs to the Li clans, the 9 big empires under the 5 major sects will become the shadow hunting nation tomorrow." Long Chun did not say anything else and went straight into the 5th spirit vein. However, the moment he entered the spirit vein, an extremely powerful blade light slashed toward his head. Unfortunately, the fluctuation of spiritual power was easily captured by Long Chen's strong divine telekinesis. The long sword in Long Chen's hand moved slightly, and the powerful blade light dissipated instantly. Long Chun stared inside and said calmly, "Lord of the Godly Knife Clan, it seems like you're not willing to leave like this. Do you want to use my head to exchange for a chance to live? But you seem to have forgotten that I'm the Purple Star emissary of the Dark Star organization." The Lord of the Godly Knife Clan walked out slowly with a gloomy face. He said coldly, "Are the 3 of you still immersed in the dream that he can kill a human king and destroy the Li clan? Kill him with me now and send Li Qinya back to the Li clan. Maybe there's still a chance for the countries under the 5 major sects to survive." The 3 lords of the Wanjian sect, the Divine Vein clan, and the 100 Smelting clan were silent. They neither agreed nor refused. They did not know whether it was right or wrong today. The rumors about the Li clan and the Li clan were too terrifying. Upon hearing this, Long Chun said calmly, "Don't make your cowardice sound so dignified. Even if you don't resist today, will the Li clan allow the 5 major sects to exist forever in the future? Maybe, but maybe you'll only need to hand over tens of thousands of masculine men, thousands of virgin boys, and women for them to enjoy every month. Then They can enter this place and kill to their heart's content. The three lords of the Wanjian sect frowned slightly. They knew that Long Chen's words were not false. In fact, it was even more terrifying. Although the news that came recently made them tremble in fear of the Li clan's strength, it also made them understand the brutality of the Li clan. The people who died today were only a few cities. In the future, they might be reared as livestock forever. However, did Long Chen really have the strength to lead them out of this place? The three of them did not know, so they did not make a move. They wanted to see if Long Chen's combat power, after absorbing the 4 mineral veins, was as he said. The Lord of the Godly Knife Clan saw that the other three had no intention of making a move. He stared at Long Chen and laughed coldly. Let me expose your conspiracy. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be fighting to the death with the Li clan and the Li clan. The Lord of the Godly Knife Clan wanted to kill Long Chen personally and send him to the Li clan. Long Chen looked at the Lord of the Godly Knife Clan calmly and said, "You're no match for me. If you want to leave, then go ahead. I don't want to waste a second on you." The Lord of the Godly Knife Clan laughed coldly and shouted, "The Li clan and the Li clan will be here in a few days. You've been consuming pills every day. I want to see how much you've grown." The long knife was like a rainbow, piercing towards Long Chen's neck. Around him, streaks of dark brown light gathered. This was the power of rules. Chapter 274. Soul of the Heavens, the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect, was at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. He held his sword horizontally, but his expression did not change at all. His figure moved and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. The eyes of the three leaders of the Wanjian sect froze. However, when Long Chen reappeared, he was already standing behind the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect. His sword slowly landed on the neck of the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect. "Do you still want to continue the test now?" Gasp. Everyone gasped and stared at Long Chen. He had defeated the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect in an instant. The sect leader of the Godly Saber sect was horrified. He could not stop trembling. He had never expected Long Chen to undergo such a drastic change in just over 10 days. Everyone looked at the thunderous wings on Long Chen's back, and their hearts were filled with shock. He had not reached the Tao integration stage yet. But he could easily defeat a sect leader of the late-stage Tao integration stage. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect's voice trembled. He could not help but exclaim, That's a 9th grade divine-level transformative movement technique. Not only that, but his bloodline ability as well. That pair of thunderous wings gave him a speed comparable to a Tao integration stage cultivator. The sect leader of the Divine Pulse sect said in a low voice. The sect leader of the Godly Saber sect felt a chill on his neck. His face turned purple as he said coldly, "He's not at the Tao integration stage yet. What's the use of defeating me? I haven't even formed my Tao body. I'm afraid I can't even defeat a late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator from the Li clan." But do you know how many people from the Li clan came this time? There are at least 1,000 Tao integration stage cultivators, and hundreds of them have Tao bodies. Upon hearing the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect, Long Chen frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Are you done? Since you don't think it's possible, I'll spare your life today. I'll let you witness this impossible battle in a few days." Bam! With a loud bang, Long Chen kicked him down from the sky. He said to the three leaders of the Wanjian sect in a deep voice, "Lock him up. If you want to leave out of fear, now is your best chance." The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads at Long Chen. "The three of us will not leave. What you said is right. Even if we leave today, the blood of the 9 great empires will flow like rivers in the future." Long Chen snorted coldly. Without another word, he turned around and entered the 5th spirit vein. He had no interest in defeating the sect leader of the Absolute Saber sect. Now that he had reached the return to void pinnacle stage, he was only one step away from condensing a soul seed and stepping into the Tao integration stage. With his current cultivation base, he could use peak-stage divine rank martial arts techniques. Coupled with the strength of his large body, he didn't even need to fear any Tao integration stage cultivators. But he knew that this wasn't enough. This was because his enemy was not just one person, but the entire Anciently clan. Among them, there were even 3 human kings. Today, when I completely step into the Tao integration stage and condense a soul seed, I also need to condense a Tao body at the same time, Long Chun said as he popped a pill into his mouth. This pill was refined from the soul seed of the late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator who had condensed a Tao body. It could help him condense a soul seed and a Tao body. The 5th spirit vein also started to dry up. After absorbing the energy from the first 4 spirit veins, Long Chen's body didn't show any signs of being full. Instead, it was like a black hole that kept devouring everything. He sat there for another 3 days. Recently, the entire sect protection spell formation was completely shut down. In fact, not many people left the 5 great sects in these 3 days. Many people gradually understood. Ordinary Tao integration stage cultivators might still have a chance of survival if they left the 5 great sections. However, those below the Tao integration stage would only die faster if they left the 5 great sections. Not only that, but the sword strike Long Chun used to defeat the sect leader of the Divine Saber sect had also spread throughout the 5 great sections. It could be said without a doubt that Long Chun was the hope of everyone here at this moment. The shining spell formation gave them the last bit of courage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The timing was just right. When night fell on the 3rd day, a blood-red cloud floated over. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this blood-red cloud belonged to the Li clan. A terrifying blood-red fog was emitted from their bodies. Everyone's faces were filled with violence. They had killed too many people these days. The blood bat, who is thousands of feet tall, spoke in human language. His voice was like a loud bell. "Hand over our young master, and we will spare your lives today." The mighty voice set off boundless waves of air that swept through the mountains in all directions. The power of a human king was not concealed at all. The space around the 1,000-foot body trembled. It was as if spiritual light was being annihilated with every breath. Countless people in the 5 great mountains turned pale with horror. Their faces were full of fear as they fled in panic. Many divine transformation stage cultivators even prostrated themselves on the ground under the strong aura, trembling. On the divine saber peak, Li Qinya suddenly stood up. He couldn't help but shout excitedly, "This is my 3rd uncle." He had already become a human king 10 years ago. "Now let him go." Li Qinya's voice stopped abruptly. His entire right arm flew up, and blood spurted out. His face instantly twisted. The leaders of the 4 great sects turned pale with horror. They looked at Jian Shisan in a daze. Jian Shisan's voice was as cold as ice. He said coldly, "Master once said that if you say a word, one of your limbs will be broken." Li Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but spasm violently. However, he didn't dare to make another sound. Not far from him, the leader of the Divine Saber sect, who was bound, shook his head and said, "Did you see that? That is the Divine King expert with the ancient bloodline, the extreme Embark. Which one of you can take one move from him? Who can defeat the tens of thousands of people behind him? Today we are all going to die here." The leader of the Wanjian sect unsheathed his sword and slashed it across the leader of the Divine Saber sect's throat. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Looking at the leader's eyes that were gradually losing their light, he said coldly, "Then you will still walk in front of me. Today, since we are still the leaders of the 5 great sects, there is no way out." The 3 leaders looked determined, but they sighed in their hearts. Out of the 5 great sect leaders, only 3 were left today. One was dead, and the other escaped. However, they couldn't escape today, and there was no way to escape. Behind them was not the array, nor was it the pavilion, but the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the 5 great sects. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the fifth spirit vein. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions. Countless spiritual lights soared into the sky, and thunderstorms swept up one after another. Immediately, the Li clan ancient clansmen, both inside and outside the array, suddenly fell into a daze. They covered their ears tightly. An inexplicable roar of a beast seemed to be accompanied by the endless power of the rules that entered their hearts. Everyone felt a tremor that came from their souls. This terrifying aura had nothing to do with their cultivation, but it came completely from their souls. At the same time, within the heaven-defying great clans of the ancient desolate land, three figures soared into the sky, reaching tens of thousands of meters away. They bowed in the air and knelt on one knee. Their gazes seemed to pass through space and look towards the extreme north. I am the war soul of the Azure bloodline. I respectfully welcome the soul of the Azure bloodline. I am the war soul of the Azure bloodline. Chapter 275. At the time of World War, I Long Chun slowly walked out of the spirit meridian. He had already reached the Tao integration realm. He seemed to have sensed the ancient barren land and the appearance of the divine beast-fighting soul. He could not help but smile. Ao, Sangxiong, Yi Hailon, and the others immediately appeared beside Long Chun. The three clan leaders also turned into light rainbows and rushed over. The few of them stared at Long Chun in a daze. When they saw that Long Chun was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. That beast roar was too terrifying, but they didn't know that the beast roar was the cry of Long Chen's soul. It was a dragon's roar. At this moment, Chong Chen's golden core shattered, and his soul seed appeared. There were tiny scales on it, and a dragon soul was swimming in his dantian. They're finally here. Human kings and tens of thousands of ancient clan disciples. Long Chen muttered as he stared outside the array. As soon as he finished speaking, he led everyone to the edge of the formation. In the sky, the human king's eyes suddenly turned cold. His body flashed with a monstrous divine light, and he turned back into his human form. He stood in front of Long Chun and said coldly, "Hand over my clan's young master." Long Chun sneered. With a thought, Jian Shan on the Shindao peak immediately grabbed Li Qinya and rushed toward Long Chun. Outside the formation, the Li family's human king saw that Li Qinya was in such a miserable state. Even his arm was broken. His entire body emitted a murderous intent. The human king of the Li clan stretched out his hand, and a huge spatial crack appeared. Then, a hand suddenly reached in and reappeared above Li Qinya. Jian Shan's body could not stop retreating. In the blink of an eye, Li Qinya was about to be forcibly taken out of the array through the space crack. "Your Excellency, please let go." However, at this moment, Long Chun unsheathed his sword. A cold light flashed past, and the right hand of the Li clan's clan lord that had traveled through space was sliced off at the wrist. Li Qinya landed on the ground again. Outside the matrix, the Li clan's human king's face was cold. His broken right hand was instantly restored to its original state. Human monarch experts comprehended nomological laws. Their physical bodies were immortal, and their souls were indestructible. They could easily traverse space. In fact, a small number of path integration experts could also traverse space. However, they had to at least comprehend part of the nomological power and condense a Tao body. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the tearing force of space. For example, when the Juin ancient people brought Qin Xin back to the ancient desolate land, they were Tao integration experts. This was enough to show how powerful the Juin ancient people were. They could travel through space with their Tao integration abilities. However, regardless of whether it was a Tao integration stage cultivator, a human king, or someone even more powerful, none of them dared to casually cross the spatial rift. Unless they could accurately locate the spatial rift or guide the spatial rift, it was extremely easy for them to get lost in the chaotic space. The Li family's Wang glared fiercely at Long Chun, a trace of killing intent flashing through his eyes. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Just say it. As long as you let Chinya go. A faint smile appeared on Long Chen's lips. He knew that as long as Li Qinya made it out alive, what awaited them would be crazy revenge. This Li family's ancient clan's words were nothing but nonsense. 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and the exact location of the Li family's ancient clan. Long Chen sneered. The Li family's Wang's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared at Long Chen and said, 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones is fine, but I will not give you the exact location. Every ancient clan would have many precautions against their own clan, if not for the clan's members. Even if they were human monarchs who knew the target's location, they would not be able to directly enter the clan by tearing through space. However, Long Chen wanted the Li family's exact location. This made the Wang family's Wang sense a trace of danger. One had to know that the person who left from the 5 major sects had personally said that this young man in front of him was the Purple Star emissary of the Dark Star Organization. If the Dark Star Organization could freely tear through space to enter and exit the Li family's ancient clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might even lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. Long Chen shook his head, secretly thinking that the Li family's people were not idiots. However, he just casually glanced and said, 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Throw it over. The Li family's ancient clan seemed to have been prepared. 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was not a lot for the Li family, but if it could really be exchanged for Li Qinya, it would be worth it. The space was torn again, and a storage ring appeared in Long Chen's hand. However, when the Li family's Wang saw the smile on Long Chen's face, his face darkened. He said coldly, "It seems that you have no intention of letting Li Qinya go. However, do you think you can still escape with 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones?" Just as the Li family's Wang said, when Long Chen took the 300,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, he killed Li Qinya in an instant with a sword in his right hand. He did not even bat an eyelid. The people from the 5 major sects did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their faces were full of confusion. The 3 sect masters were also full of respect for Long Chen at this moment. No matter how high Long Chen's cultivation level was, just his calmness and methods in the face of a human king expert were enough to convince them. Buzz. As Long Chen killed Li Qinya, countless Li family's ancient clan members, who had transformed into human bats, screamed and began to attack the array. Blast open the array and turn everyone inside into blood food. These people are enough to turn all the Void Return clansmen into Dao integration cultivators this time. How dare a bunch of barbarians make an enemy of the Li family? Kill them all. Countless attacks from the Li family's ancient clan members landed on the array. The powerful impact caused the soil on the 5 mountains to fly and ripples to spread out on the light screen. Long Chen's body shook. His cold voice rumbled like thunder and spread throughout the 5 major sections. He said, "All Dao integration cultivators, step forward. Today is the day of battle." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Long Chen's voice fell, Lu Yi and Yin Li appeared in front of the array with close to 100 people. These people were all Dao integration cultivators. The Li family's ancient clan members sneered. "Is this where your confidence comes from? Why don't you disperse the array and let's fight?" Huh. Long Chen did not answer. The 100 people behind him, including the 3 sect masters, leaped out and actually walked straight out of the array from both sides. Long Chen also walked out step by step toward the Li family's ancient clan members. This scene made the Li family's ancient clan members look at each other. The Li family's Wang frowned and said, "You're really coming out to die?" In his eyes, if Long Chen and the others had defended the array, they could have held on for 2 or 3 days. Now that they had walked out like idiots, it was tantamount to suicide. However, Long Chen said indifferently, "If we don't fight, it's hard to say whether we'll live or die." Instantly, countless ear-piercing laughter came from the Li family's ancient clan members. The Li family's Wang also sneered and said, "Close to 100 Dao integration cultivators compared to tens of thousands of Li family's ancient clan members. You're just a joke. Kill them all." Chapter 276. Battle of the Human Kings. Countless disciples of the five major sects cried out in shock. Outside the sects, the Li clan and the Tao integration stage disciples of the five major sects were instantly annihilated. There were even a few Tao integration stage cultivators who charged toward Long Chun. However, as soon as they got within 100 feet of him, a line of blood appeared on their necks, and they died without knowing why. The Li clan leader's expression changed. He could clearly sense that Long Chun was only at the Tao integration stage, and his aura was unstable, as if he had just stepped into the Tao integration stage. However, he could casually kill Tao integration stage cultivators of the same level and even late-stage Tao integration stage cultivators. His combat power was truly terrifying. Bam bam! Just as the Li clan leader was still in shock, a series of deafening sounds came from behind him. Every sound was accompanied by the death of more than a dozen Tao integration stage cultivators. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere made his heart tremble. Tao integration stage cultivators were the mainstays of a clan like the Li clan, and such a way of dying really pained him. Bam bam bam! After more than a dozen sounds, dozens of Tao integration stage cultivators and close to 100 soul formation stage cultivators from the Li clan died. All of a sudden, the members of the Li clan actually retreated like the receding tide. All of their faces were filled with astonishment as they cried out involuntarily. This group of people are all crazy. There are clearly less than 100 of them, but they are fighting separately. The moment they are surrounded, they actually self-destruct. The power of a Tao integration stage cultivator's self-destruction was enough to plunge everything within a radius of a few hundred meters into a storm. At close range, people of the same level would completely lose their ability to fight even if they did not die. In an instant, the Tao integration stage cultivators of the three major sects all had bloodshot eyes and were bathed in blood. At this moment, they had only been away from the array for a dozen breaths. They were like people who were about to die in a swamp. With close to 100 of them against tens of thousands of cultivators, they could only create ripples in the swamp when they were about to die. Long Chun looked at the Li clan leader and said coldly, "How is it? My heart aches." More than 1,000 Tao integration stage cultivators, including hundreds of people who have materialized their Tao bodies and tens of thousands of soul formation stage cultivators. Why are they not fighting now? The Li clan leader's face turned ashen. He thought to himself that Long Chun and the others were simply committing suicide. However, on the other hand, he hated the two Tao integration stage elders to the core. There were only 20 to 30 Tao integration experts in the land of the five major sections. Now, it seemed that there were more than 100 of them. Moreover, there should be dozens of them in the array formation. Even if these people were no match for them, they would still suffer great losses if they continued to attack in such a crazy manner. All of you back off. Today, I alone can destroy your five great sects. Li clan's Wong shouted. As his voice fell, countless members of the Li clan retreated rapidly and stood 100 meters behind him. The Li clan's Wong stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The void shattered as a long saber appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it slashed through the air. In an instant, tens of thousands of blade lights covered the sky and covered the sun. Everywhere they passed, the space cracked inch by inch. Amidst the sharpness, it was as if a mountain was pressing down. Before the saber fell, everyone behind Long Chun and the countless disciples in the array formation felt the space around them compressing. It was as if a huge mountain was going to crush heaven and earth. The five great mountains collapsed under the immense pressure and turned into ruins with a loud bang. The Tao integration experts behind Long Chun retreated under the lead of the three sect leaders. They were about to step into the array formation when they finally felt the power of a human monarch. Although it looked like an ordinary saber, just the word rule alone could kill countless Tao integration experts. Long Chun, back off. Back off quickly. This person is not someone you can fight. The three sect leaders who originally had high hopes for Long Chun now shouted at Long Chun. However, Long Chun stood in the same spot and did not move. He stood in the air, and the power of lightning appeared around him. His bloodline was activated to the extreme, and he transformed into the body of a three-eyed thunder dragon. At the same time, his entire body emitted a divine light that was hundreds of meters long. A vast and mighty aura emanated from his body, and his cold eyes seemed to look down on the heavens. Divine technique, heaven-shaking sword roar. As Long Chun roared, he pointed his sword to the sky. A beam of sword light soared into the sky and pierced the heavens. Countless sword roars reverberated in the air as if countless waves of air were vibrating. The condensed sword light instantly fell into the saber shadow. It was as if a huge saber had pierced through a mountain and pierced through it. Splat! The tsunami-like waves of air swept through heaven and earth. Countless members of the Leaf family behind the human monarch retreated thousands of meters under this powerful aura. The members of the 5 great sects also felt the strong force in the air. They could not even stand properly. Sword light, saber light. Countless spatial cracks appeared and completely disappeared into the sky. The entire scene seemed to have come to a standstill. It was so quiet that it was frightening. The human monarch of the Leaf family stared fixedly at Long Chun. He said coldly, "Who exactly are you? You're only at the early stage of the Tao integration stage, and you're actually able to fight against me, a human monarch. You're also a Purple Star emissary from the Dark Star organization. Could you be a prodigy from a first-rate ancient clan in the ancient desolate land?" Long Chen's sword strike actually made the Leaf family's monarch not dare to attack again. Long Chen's sword strike made him tremble in fear. Such a young man actually possessed a sword technique at the late stage of the divine level. His spiritual energy was even more shocking. There was also his strange bloodline power. Long Chen sneered. "I'm neither a prodigy from a first-rate ancient clan nor a direct disciple of the Dark Star organization. However, against you, the ability of the Tao integration stage is enough." The Leaf family's monarch's face completely darkened. He knew that no matter what, he could not let Long Chun leave alive today. He even had to kill everyone here. Long Chen's combat power made him feel extremely pressured. With such terrifying talent, even in the ancient desolate land, he was probably comparable to the Taoists of the reclusive ancient clans. If he did not get rid of him today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Then today, I'll get rid of you first. After that, I'll kill all the living beings here. The Leaf family's monarch's voice was as cold as ice. As his voice fell, the long saber moved again. He roared, "Condense the laws of the mountains, suppress." As his voice fell, his entire person actually disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already right above Long Chun. He held the long saber in his hand and slashed downwards with a swing of the saber. Countless saber shadows turned into tens of thousands of saber shadows. With a flash of spiritual light, mysterious laws filled the heavens and the earth. The tens of thousands of saber shadows instantly condensed into a sharp saber mountain. Wherever the saber mountain passed, a sharp gap was forcibly cut open in the space like a thin piece of paper. The entire saber mountain forcibly suppressed Long Chun. This saber mountain caused the entire sky to darken. Vaguely, Long Chen's long saber suddenly left his hand and actually expanded with the wind. "Condense my sword's intent, transform into the laws of heaven and earth." Buzz. Chapter 277. Eye of Thunder Punishment 5 Long swords soared into the sky. The members of the 5 major sects and the Li clan turned pale with fright as they stared at Long Chun, who was below the mountain formed by the huge sword shadow. He was covered in silver-white scales and had a pair of wings on his back. The lightning around him was like fire, and he emitted a 1,000-foot-long divine glow. The 5 divine swords sliced through the vast mountain at an unstoppable speed. Boom! The swords and sabers met, and the lightning around Long Chun was swept back. Divine glow flickered. Long Chun fell from the sky, and the ground sank 1,000 feet. The Li clan's Wang clan cultivator flew back 1,000 feet. This is really just a Dao integration stage cultivator. Even a Dao integration stage cultivator who has materialized a Dao body can't fight a human king. The Li clan's members couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry. Along the way, they had seen too many people. In their eyes, they were nothing more than food. Even those of the same level couldn't withstand a single blow. But now, Long Chen's combat power had already exceeded their understanding. The Li clan's Wang clan cultivator exhaled, and his breathing was heavy. He said in a low voice, "You actually have such a deep understanding of the power of rules at the early stage of the Dao integration stage. I really underestimated you." Buzz. As his voice fell, the blood-red glow around him shone brightly, and he once again transformed into the extreme Embark. His slender and huge eyes stared at Long Chen, and he said in a human voice, "Bloodline ability, Crimson Bat Roar." The body of a 1,000-foot-long beast was his bloodline body. He, who had reached the human king level, had already completely awakened the inheritance in his bloodline. Bloodline ability could be awakened by almost all bloodline inheritances. Of course, it was rare for low-grade bloodlines below the 5 major sects to awaken such abilities. Formless sound waves came from the huge bat's mouth, but the space was terrifyingly silent. The Li clan's members all transformed into their bloodline bodies, and their flat ears covered their entire heads. Bang, bang, bang. Blood exploded between the mountains. Within 100 miles, the disciples and the beasts outside actually all exploded and turned into minced meat. At the same time, the array formation of the 5 major sects trembled at an extremely terrifying frequency. The Dao integration experts who presided over the array formation fell down one after another, and cracks spread across the array formation. The disciples who were close to the array were instantly turned into a pool of blood. They had almost no chance to react. Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The scales all over his body instantly cracked. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, as if he was enduring great pain. Bloodline ability? I have one too. Long Chen resisted the sound waves that were about to tear him apart and suddenly raised his head. In the name of the heavens, I command the power of lightning punishment. Lightning eye, open. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lightning around his body rolled back with a rumble. The lightning mark at the center of his brows blossomed with boundless lightning, and he actually slowly opened his third eye. However, this eye was filled with lightning marks. It was like a spider web of lightning, and it was silvery white in color. Boom! Crack! Thunderous roars instantly entered everyone's ears, tearing apart the formless sound waves. The dark clouds that filled the sky instantly turned into rolling thunderbolts. It was daytime between heaven and earth. The light of the lightning seemed to have replaced the light of the scorching sun. Boom! Boom! Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Li family or the 5 major sects, more and more people trembled and fell to the ground in an instant. Kill! Long Chen roared in a low voice. As soon as Long Chen's voice fell, the lightning punishment in the sky suddenly descended. The Li family Wang, who had transformed into his bloodline body, was instantly drowned in the sea of lightning. The power of lightning punishment lasted for a full 10 breaths. Long Chen stood on the ground. His surroundings were already charred black. It was extremely silent. He could not stop panting, and his entire body was covered in wounds. The lightning dissipated, and only white bones were left. However, his soul was not destroyed. Pieces of flesh and blood began to appear out of thin air. Human monarchs' bodies were immortal, and their souls were indestructible. This was why human monarchs were the foundation of the various major ancient clans in the ancient Desolation Land. A human monarch had a lifespan of hundreds of years, and his soul and body were almost immortal. Swoosh! Long Chen endured the injuries on his body. In an instant, he soared into the sky again. With a flap of his wings, he appeared beside the Li family Wang as if he had teleported. His sword was like lightning, and it forcefully dispersed the condensed body once again. The speed of his sword had already exceeded the recovery speed of his flesh and blood, and the light around his body was dispersed inch by inch. An illusory soul appeared out of thin air and enveloped his bones. He knew that if this continued, he would be tortured to death by Long Chen sooner or later. Long Chen's speed was too fast, and his sword was filled with the power of the natural order. He stared at Long Chen and said coldly, "You wanted to destroy my body, so I will destroy your soul seed." The illusory soul actually gave up on the bones at this moment. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to swallow Long Chen. However, Long Chen's sword shattered its bones. He said coldly, "You can't destroy my soul." Buzz, a vast amount of soul power soared into the sky, straight to the nine heavens. Long Chen's divine consciousness was unprecedentedly powerful. A shrill cry reverberated in the air. The Li Clan King soul around Long Chen actually retreated rapidly, as if it was burned by a raging fire. How can you have such a powerful soul and divine consciousness?" The Li Clan King's illusory soul flickered as if it was severely injured and would dissipate at any time. At this moment, the Li Clan King was really a little scared. He had never expected this young man to have such terrifying talent. Even his bloodline ability was enough to crush him. This also meant that Long Chen's inherited bloodline was far superior to his. It was probably not just one level higher. The Li Clan King has been defeated. He has been defeated by a young man of the Dao integration stage. How is this possible? Kill them. This person is definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. We still have close to 1,000 Dao integration and 10,000 returned to void cultivators. This person has such talent. If he grows up in the future, the Li Clan will have a great enemy. Today, we must get rid of him. The members of the Li Clan flew forward one by one, but the Li Clan King's soul stopped them with a wave of his hand. This was because behind Long Chen, hundreds of thousands of people from the 5 major sects were glowing with spirit light. Their battle intent soared to the sky. Most of these people were only at the soul formation stage. Only the sect masters and elders were at the Dao integration stage. There were also many personal disciples who were barely at the return to void stage. But now Long Chen was not dead, and the Li Clan King had been defeated. Retreat. We have lost today. The next time we meet again, it will be the day this place is destroyed. The Li Clan King shouted coldly. He turned around and led the tens of thousands of Li Clan members away unwillingly. The members of the 5 major sects stared at the backs of the Li Clan members as they left. Their bodies were even trembling. They had never thought that this battle would end like this. Long Chen had really defeated the human king. Lu Yi, all elders of the 100 Smelting Clans Array Formation Division, reactivate the array. This battle has just begun. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He swallowed an elixir, and the spirit light around his body surged again. The moment he finished speaking, the lightning around him actually dissipated, and he hid in the darkness. Then, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what Long Chen wanted to do and why he left. Chapter 278. Mass Assassination. The night grew darker. The tens of thousands of members of the Li family were all silent. This was a far cry from their excitement when they first arrived. They never imagined that they would lose to a young Dao integration stage cultivator. The Li family leader's divine sense floated in the void as he said coldly, "If this battle continues, even if we win, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Moreover, that Long Chen might still be able to put up a fight. I've already memorized the location of this place. After we get rid of the gilded rats, our 3 human kings and many Dao integration stage cultivators can directly cross space and come here." Only then did everyone's expressions improve. They also knew that their family was still facing the threat of the gilded rats and couldn't focus on dealing with the so-called 5 major sections. However, their defeat this time was really frustrating. As they talked, they didn't realize that countless black figures were traversing the void and the earth in the dark night. They didn't even realize that dozens of people had already died during their flight. Deep in the night, a chill suddenly struck the hearts of every member of the Leaf family. All the ancient members of the Leaf family stopped in their tracks, and even the Tao integration stage cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. This was because almost 1,000 of them had already died. Only after almost 1,000 of them had died did they realize that they had already been ambushed along the way. Third Master, what should we do? It seems to be the Dark Star organization. Why is it like this? Isn't that person just an ordinary Purple Star envoy? A middle-aged Tao integration stage cultivator said in a trembling voice, his face pale. The Li clan's Wang Shuhuan was also motionless. He had never thought that he would be ambushed when he left. Only now did he know that he had completely lost this battle. Long Chun had long planned for this moment to be a massacre. Now that he had lost his physical body and only his divine sense remained, it wasn't enough to protect so many members of the Li family. Even he himself might be in danger. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of black light shuttled through the darkness. In just an instant, the middle-aged Tao integration stage cultivator and the 2 people beside him fell from the sky. Their bodies were instantly ignited with black flames. Dark Fire Needle. Just how many Purple Star assassins have come? The Leaf family king's anger soared to the sky, but his surroundings were completely silent. He had no idea where his opponent was. In the darkness, Long Chun suddenly stopped and walked out from the shadows. Not far from him, there were 20 Purple Star emissaries behind a rock. This meant that there were at least 2,000 Dark Star assassins here. Ao Sanxiong stood in front of the 20 Purple Star emissaries with an ugly expression. When Long Chun walked over, his whole face turned black, and he asked in a deep voice, "You're from Dark Star? These people are here because of me." Long Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Big brother, you're thinking too much. I only got the position of Purple Star emissary after you, and I met the Purple Star assassin that day. It's not like you don't know about the appearance of that ghost from the 5 great sects. My relationship with you is not a matter of the organization." After hearing Long Chen's teasing words, Ao Sanxiong's brows relaxed slightly. He then asked, "Then what's the matter with these people?" The 20 Purple Star emissaries couldn't help but lower their heads and smile bitterly. However, Long Chen looked at Ao Sanxiong innocently and said, "Naturally, I found them to deal with the Ancient Leaf family. The 300,000 top-grade spirit stones are the reward. Don't tell me you want to see them return to the Leaf family and then come back to kill countless lives in the northern region. If that's the case, it's better to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Leave the rest to me." Hearing Long Chen's words, Ao Sanxiong was speechless for a moment. He turned around and left. He only said to the 20 Purple Star emissaries behind him, "These people killed so many people in the northern region. Today, it's karmic revenge. However, if anyone enters the ancient desolate land to destroy the Ancient Leaf family, don't blame me for being merciless." The 20 Purple Star emissaries nodded. Facing this young master who had a completely different personality from his father, they were also quite helpless. However, after Ao Sanxiong left, their eyes were as cold as ice. They said to Long Chun, 300,000 top-grade spirit stones in exchange for the lives of these people. It's enough. However, this is a big deal for the Dark Star organization. The Purple Star emissaries smiled knowingly. When the Ancient Leaf family came to the 5 great sects, Long Chen's Purple Star assassins immediately sent back a message. Their main mission in the 5 great sects was to protect Ao Sanxiong. If it wasn't for Long Chun stopping them, the Ancient Leaf family probably wouldn't have been able to reach the 5 great sects at all. In fact, the entire Ancient Leaf family would have been turned into a land of death by now. In front of the Dark Star organization, a small family like the Ancient Leaf family was not even worth mentioning. In the ancient desolate land, assassins were a feared profession. At this moment, the Dark Star organization was enough to make the entire ancient desolate land tremble. Long Chun stared at the Purple Star emissaries present and said, "This was originally a transaction. I will naturally hand over the 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Now, let's get rid of all these people. This was the difference between Long Chun and Ao Sangqiu. When it came to people who deserved to be killed, he didn't care what methods he used. The 20 Purple Star emissaries and the 2,000 or so Purple Star assassins began a ghost-like slaughter. They weren't in a hurry. When the Ancient Leaf family members were all turned into corpses, the Dark Star organization had only lost 100 people. Many of the Ancient Leaf family members had never even seen a single Purple Star assassin. The end of this large-scale mission took a total of 13 days. When the 20 Purple Star emissaries said their goodbyes, they stared at Long Chun as if they were looking at a monster. The leader said to Long Chun, "When you reach the ancient desolate land, remember to report to the Dark Star organization. Your assassination skills have already surpassed the Purple Star emissaries and reached the level of a Blood Star assassin. With you by the young master's side, we can be completely at ease." Long Chin nodded and handed over the storage rings containing 130,000 top-grade spirit stones to them. Everyone smiled at each other. Although they took the storage rings, they each threw a small bag to Long Chun. Long Chun looked at the storage rings of the Leaf family members in the bag and smiled bitterly. He turned around and hid in the darkness. Seeing Long Chun leave, the 20 Purple Star emissaries couldn't help but sigh. If this child wholeheartedly devotes himself to the path of an assassin, he might become the second Dark Star assassin of our Dark Star organization. When he reaches the ancient desolate land, we'll introduce him to the young master. After all, he is the young master's sworn brother. We shouldn't make any more moves during this period of time. The young master is too repulsed by the Dark Star organization. Long Chun is definitely not an ordinary person. His strength is comparable to the Taoists of the ancient desolate land. Nothing will happen to him. On the other side, in the Leaf family of the ancient desolate land, 2 human king experts were stopped when they returned. The old man knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "First master, second master, the life tablets of tens of thousands of people who went to the north of the northern region were all shattered, including the human king, third master." Chapter 279. Primordial Order. The Li clan fell into chaos. The Li clan master was a brother of 3, and they were all at the human king realm. However, they didn't expect that a human king and tens of thousands of people would all die in the north of the north region. Not only that, but the 2 remaining human kings of the Li clan looked terrible. When they were fighting with the Gilded Rat clan, they received a message from the Li clan's third brother. There were only 2 words in the message: Dark Star. The 2 of them knew that the Dark Star organization was not something the Li clan could provoke. "Boss, what should we do? If the 5 major sects really have such a close relationship with the Dark Star organization, won't we be doomed forever?" The Li clan's second brother was livid. The Li clan's first brother was silent for a while. Then he said coldly, "So what if it's the Dark Star organization? It's not like we don't know that Long Chun is a Purple Star emissary. However, we can't let third brother die in vain. Hasn't the Gilded Rat clan always wanted to swallow us up? We'll just find an opportunity to do so." The Li clan's second brother's expression changed, but he nodded helplessly. In fact, they didn't expect a Purple Star emissary to be so powerful. The Gold Gilt Rat clan had 4 human king realm experts, and they also had the protection of the Godwolf clan. Instead of being threatened by the Dark Star organization and contending against the Gold Gilt Rat clan and the Godwolf clan, he might as well beat them at their own game and throw away the 5 great sections. Find an opportunity to discuss with the Gilded Rat clan and try to reach a consensus. Even if the Dark Star organization appears, we must drag these 2 clans down with us. Just as the Li clan was planning how to tie the Gilded Rat clan and the Godwolf clan to the same boat, Long Chun and the 5 major sects were in an awkward situation. Long Chun was currently at the early stage of the Tao integration realm. He originally thought that he could reach the mid-stage of the Tao integration realm by relying on the 5 spirit veins. Then, he wouldn't have to fear the 3 human kings of the Li clan. However, with his current strength, killing a human king was his limit. It was impossible for him to enter the Li clan of the ancient barren land. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect and the others looked at Long Chan excitedly. They even began to integrate the people of the 5 great sects, including those above the divine transformation realm and many talented disciples, to prepare to head to the ancient desolate land. Long Chun, Yi Hailon, and the others found the 3 sovereigns and informed them of their concerns. However, the 3 sovereigns were stunned. The Wanjian sect's sect master and the other 2 shook their heads and said excitedly, "We in the 5 great sects have nurtured this person for so long for the birth of a sovereign personage expert, someone who has the qualifications to enter the ancient desolate land. Although you are only at the unifying path stage, you are no weaker than a human king. Once we reach the ancient desolate land and pass the test with this item, we will be able to gain a foothold." The 3 sect masters looked extremely excited, as if they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Long Chun looked over and raised his eyebrows. The Wanjian sect's sect leader was holding an ancient desolate land's ancient clan injunction order. This order meant that they were originally from the ancient desolate land. As long as a human king expert was born, they could return to the ancient desolate land, and the local ruling clan had to give them a foothold. Long Chun finally understood why the 5 great sects had been nurturing talents from all over the world, and why every generation would nurture a saintess with 1,000 extreme body. However, it was too difficult to produce a human king expert with the resources of the 5 great sects. Long Chen's appearance gave them a chance to return to the ancient desolate land. Long Chen frowned slightly. Although he had the combat strength of a human king, he had not reached the human king level. There were still many uncertainties in this trip to the ancient desolate land. However, Long Chun still nodded and agreed after a while. The 5 great sects no longer existed, and if he wanted to continue improving his cultivation, he had to go to the ancient desolate land. With the resources left behind by the 5 great sects, he only needed a few months of development to help the 5 great sects gain a firm foothold in the ancient desolate land. In that case, let's set off in 3 days. Long Chen replied. The 3 sect leaders nodded in unison. The 5 great sects had been waiting for this day for generations to return to the ancient desolate land. In 3 days, the group collected all the resources of the 5 great sects and set off for the ancient desolate land. In the ancient desolate land, the Li clan, when Long Chun and the 3 great sects set foot in the ancient desolate land, 2 human king experts from the Li clan soared into the sky with murderous intent. To enter the northern region of the ancient desolate land from the 5 great sects, they had to pass through the Li clan. The Wanjian sect's sect leader and the others looked at each other. As if they had expected this, the ancient desolate land's injunction order in their right hand was crushed into pieces. Then a mysterious and ancient formation grew with the wind and finally became 10,000 feet tall and imprinted into the sky. Almost everyone in the northern region noticed this scene. The 2 human king experts from the Li clan narrowed their eyes. One of them even shouted coldly, "I didn't expect the 5 great sect to have the ancient desolate land's injunction order. If we had known this earlier, we would have had another place to set up a spirit vein. These few days, we have reached an agreement with the Gilded Rats. The Godwolf clan won't attack us for the time being. However, since these people have come to the northern region, even if they have the backing of the Dark Star organization, they will be eaten by us until nothing is left." At the same time, all the great clans in the northern region saw the ancient desolate land's injunction order appear. However, after a short moment of shock, they calmed down. Although such an injunction order was rare, it would appear once every few decades. This was also a rule passed down from ancient times in the ancient desolate land. Any ancient clan above 7 stars could obtain this injunction order. Even if they were eliminated from ancient desolate land due to decline in the future, once a human king expert was born, the ancient desolate land would give them a foothold. However, there were very few clans that made use of the injunction order to rise. Most of them were quickly annihilated under the oppression of other clans. After entering the ancient desolation, Long Chun and the rest did not continue forward. Instead, they waited at the border of the ancient desolation land. The next day, 3 human kings tore through space and appeared above the crowd. All 3 of them had several vine imprints between their eyebrows. The one standing at the front had a total of 5 dark green imprints. This person stood in the air, and the people of the 5 major sects all felt a great pressure. This power, which was as vast as the sea, far surpassed the king-level cultivators of the Li clan that they had seen that day. I am the commander of the North region, a 4-star ancient clan, the Soul Ivy clan. All of you are holding a ban. You need to report your names to the ancient race's inheritors, the person shouted in a deep voice. The sect master of the Wanjian sect seemed to be trembling with excitement. He stepped forward and hurriedly replied, "We are from the ancient Shumi clan." When a middle-aged man heard this, he was taken aback for a moment before replying, "Shumi clan? The famous 5-star ancient clan of the northern region. Does your clan still have a human king who has awakened his bloodline?" Chapter 280. Test of 3 moves. He had passed the return trial of the human king stage with his Dao integration ability. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 members of the Soul Ivy clan suddenly sank. The voice of the person in the middle turned gloomy as he said, "The Shumi clan was once a great clan, yet no one has awakened their bloodline. You actually want to fuse with the Dao and return to the ancient desolate land. All of you are wasting our time." As his voice fell, the faces of the people from the 3 sects turned green and red. Long Chun bitterly smiled and shook his head, then took a step forward. However, just as he was about to speak, illusory figures appeared in front of everyone. It was another 5 human king realm experts. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. With his divine thought, he could clearly sense that the chi of the 2 men on the far left was exactly the same as that of the Li clan's Wang. In other words, they were the other 2 human kings of the Li clan. As for the other 3 human kings, Long Chun did not recognize them. However, he vaguely knew that their abilities were definitely not below that of the Li clan's king. After the 2 human kings from the Li clan arrived, their eyes narrowed instantly. Their eyes were filled with coldness. "Greetings to the 4-star ancient clan emissary. We are from the Gilded Rat clan and the Li clan at the border of the North region." The 5 of them reported their names. The 3 members of the Soul Green Vine lineage nodded slightly, but paid no attention to them. However, the person in the center slashed the air with his right hand, and a spatial tear appeared. He said indifferently, "Go back to where you came from. Seeing that you are the descendants of the Shumi race, I can give you another chance. When will a sovereign personage expert come to the ancient desolate land again?" After saying that, the 3 from the Soul Vine clan turned to leave. They had no intention of continuing. At this moment, Long Chan suddenly took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Sir, please wait. Since we have come here, we are naturally somewhat confident. I am the Unification Path disciple, and I am willing to take the Human King level test." The 3 members of the Soul Vine clan who were about to step into the spatial rift suddenly stopped, and the expressions of the 2 behind them sank as they said, "How presumptuous!" The leader in the middle also frowned deeply. However, the moment he saw Long Chun, he casually closed the spatial crack and said in a deep voice, "I can sense a powerful bloodline power from your body. It's really mysterious. Everyone, since they say that they have the qualifications to pass the test, then let them try. After all, there is still a supreme great spirit vein area in the northern region. If they pass, they can settle down there." The 3 human kings of the Gilt Rat clan looked deeply at Long Chun and the others. Unexpectedly, even the 2 ancient clansmen from the Li clan chimed in. "Since they're willing to give it a try, what harm is there in giving them a chance? I'd like to see what right this brat has to spout such arrogant words. A Dao integration stage cultivator can only be comparable to a human king." The member of the Soul Vine clan stared at Long Chun and said seriously, This test is very simple. If you can take 3 of my moves, you can prove that you have the ability of a human king. If not, you'll die. Think carefully. The expressions of the people from the 3 major sects changed. This person made them feel endless pressure just by standing there. His combat strength was definitely not something an ordinary human king could compare to, and this test actually required them to take 3 of his moves. The members of the Gilt Rat clan, the Lee clan, and the ancient clansmen were all stunned. They didn't expect the test to be like this. This Soulvine clan's emissary had probably already stepped into the middle stage of the human king realm. Even the 5 of them wouldn't be able to take 3 of his moves. The faces of the 3 major sect masters were a little pale. They couldn't help but cast inquiring looks at Long Chun. A smile flashed across Long Chen's lips, and he said indifferently, 3 moves. It's still fair. Please make your move. The 2 human kings from the Lee clan looked at Long Chun, their eyes full of murderous intent. This was because they knew that Long Chun was the one who captured Lichinya that day. He was also the emissary of the Dark Star organization, Purple Star. When Lichinya was captured that day, the 2 Dao integration stage elders of the Lee clan had told them all the information about Long Chun when they returned. The leader of the Soulvine clan shook his head and laughed. Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish. If you die in 3 moves, don't blame me. Those who have nothing to do with it, back off 1,000 meters. As his voice fell, the human kings around all revealed looks of mockery and then retreated. The other 2 human kings from the Soulvine clan couldn't help but say, "How old is this kid? He can be considered a genius to be able to step into the Dao integration stage. However, he actually wants to take 3 moves from a middle stage human king. He's simply courting death." The 2 human kings from the Lee clan couldn't help but smile sinisterly. As long as Long Chun died, they would think of a way to make the Gilt Rat clan attack the remaining people of the 3 major sections. In this way, even if the Dark Star organization attacked, they would definitely not target the Lee clan. As the distance between them gradually increased, the people of the 3 major sects were full of worry. Yi Hailan and Ao Tsangxiong frowned. The Soulvine clan was too powerful. If you don't die in 3 moves, you can enter the ancient Desolation Land. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you enter the ancient Desolation Land with your strength, once the 3-month protection period is over, you will be completely annihilated, the leader of the Soulvine clan said as he shook his head. In his eyes, there wasn't even a human king. Even if he entered the ancient Desolation Land, he would only be a piece of meat for others. Long Chen shook his head and said indifferently, 3 months is enough. Sir, please make your move. Originally, Long Chen planned to destroy the Lee clan and use it as a foundation to enter the ancient Desolation Land. Now that he had used the ancient Desolation Order, he naturally wouldn't let it go. As for the 3-month protection period, it was actually to give the returning ancient clans a buffer time. Once the 3-month protection period was over, the various clans could attack them and seize their territory. In fact, 90% of the ancient clans who relied on the ancient Desolation Order to return died in the carving up of the various clans 3 months later. Of course, there were also many cases where the ancient clans relied on their human kings to contend with the various clans and eventually remained as vassals. In fact, the Gilded Rat clan was one such case. The Gilded Rat clan had returned for decades. They relied on a human king to move between the various clans and were now vassals of the Godwolf clan. Seeing that Long Chun was still insistent, the leader of the Soulvine clan said indifferently, "My name is Hun Qianfan. Today, I've tested 3 moves to see if the Shumi clan can return." As his voice fell, a dark green vine whip slowly appeared in his right hand. As the vine whip moved, a dark green light instantly spread over 1,000 meters and covered the sky. First move, green vine sunset. As his voice fell, the green vine in his hand turned into thousands of vines in the blink of an eye, covering the sky and the sun. It was like a huge green net that covered Long Chun. The streaks of dark green light on the net even cut the space apart. When the surrounding human kings saw such a scene, they all sneered and couldn't help but shake their heads. Apart from a human king, who could block this attack? Chapter 281. Standing ground, Long Chun looked at the sky, full of vines, and the cracked space with a solemn expression. This move was a divine-level martial arts technique that contained the power of the natural order. If one did not comprehend the power of the natural order, even a Tao integration pinnacle stage cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Long Chun held his long sword and soared into the sky. The spiritual glow on his sword decreased instead of increasing. However, it was covered by an invisible force. Hun Qianfan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Long Chun. Then he stared at Long Chun. Long Chun soared into the sky like a moth darting into a flame. He charged toward the sky, full of green vines. Boom, boom, boom. Before everyone's eyes, Long Chun's long sword and the green vines had yet to collide. The power of the natural order collided violently. After dozens of breaths, Long Chun finally charged out. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The green vines formed by the power of the natural order instantly dissipated. Everyone stared at Long Chun in a daze. The two human kings of the Spirit Green Vine clan behind Hun Qianfan cried out involuntarily, "This brat!" He actually broke through the surface with a single point and forcefully dodged this attack with the power of the natural order. The expressions of the two Li clan ancient clansmen changed abruptly. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Hun Qianfan was the only one who suddenly laughed with a face full of admiration. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to see through the intention of my move. It's really rare to use the power of the natural order to break through. This move is enough to show that your comprehension of the natural order is not weaker than an ordinary human king expert." Long Chun cupped his fists. He felt a sense of respect for Hun Qianfan. His move seemed terrifying. If one were to take it head-on, perhaps even the other human kings present would not be able to do so. However, it contained a way out, and that was the power of the natural order. The first move was obviously to test Long Chun's comprehension of the power of rules. If his comprehension of the power of rules wasn't enough, he would most likely be smashed into pieces. It's rare for you to be able to comprehend the power of rules at the Wei integration stage. I'm afraid you've already formed your Tao body. If you're lucky enough to step into the human king realm in a few years' time, you'll definitely be on par with the Taoists of the Gu tribe. Why do you have to take the risk to enter the ancient desolate land now? Hun Qianfan spoke again, seemingly trying to persuade Long Chun. When the surrounding people heard this, they all trembled. Hun Qianfan had actually said that Long Chun would have the opportunity to become a sovereign personage in a few years. Moreover, he would be an existence comparable to a Tao child. He clearly admired Long Chun's talent and potential. The two human kings from the Li clan felt a deep sense of danger. They knew of the grudges between them and Long Chun. If what Hun Qianfan said was true, then Long Chun was their greatest threat. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the surrounding space was continuously torn apart. Human kings appeared one after another. It was clear that they were attracted by the power of rules. Is this the holder of the ancient desolate injunction order? Why is he so young? Was he the one who was being evaluated just now? A burly middle-aged man with golden hair said in a booming voice. The other human kings also looked at Long Chun. They were all from the Gu tribe nearby. Everyone asked, "You were the one who launched that attack just now. However, you're clearly only at the Wei integration stage. How can you have such a rich power of rules?" Everyone looked at Long Chun in shock. They were not far away from this place. They could clearly see the two attacks just now and immediately tore through space. However, they did not expect that the person in front of them would be such a young man. Just as everyone was discussing, Long Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "There are still two more moves?" Hun Qianfan's eyes flashed. He looked at Long Chun and frowned slightly. "I'll test your martial arts and spiritual power with the next two moves. If you're not a god king, you might lose your life. Are you really ready?" Long Chun nodded. He moved his sword slightly and signaled Hun Qianfan to continue. Hun Qianfan shook his head and no longer hesitated. He moved the vine whip in his hand again and shouted, "Divine technique, mind-stealing." As soon as he said that, he waved the vine in his hand and it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was within 1 meter of Long Chun. The vine whip danced like a long snake and instantly turned into thousands of whips with Long Chun as the center. They instantly wrapped around him like a cocoon. The surrounding human kings gasped. They thought that Hun Qianfan was indeed the ruler of the North region. They did not even have time to react when he attacked. In the blink of an eye, Long Chun was buried by the whips. Divine technique, radiant night. However, the cocoon-like whips shone brightly. In an instant, everyone's vision turned black. The glaring white light made the world lose its color. Bang, 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 bang. The dark green whips shattered like paper. Long Chun's body was covered in small wounds, and he was dripping with blood. However, he still said calmly, "This move is not enough to defeat me." Everyone looked at Long Chun in shock. The people from the 3 sects clenched their fists. As long as Long Chun could withstand the final attack, they would be able to establish themselves in the ancient desolate land. Hun Qianfan looked at Long Chun. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to possess a divine-level martial skill. Moreover, it has reached the perfection level. This move, you're not weaker than me." Buzz. As his voice fell, he seemed to have acknowledged Long Chun's strength, and he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he held a long whip and swung it down. Boundless spiritual light instantly slashed down as if it had materialized. The 100 meters of ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked. The golden core in Long Chun's body rotated at a terrifying speed. The spiritual energy around his body reached its peak. When the sword and the whip collided, both of their spiritual energies collided. Bang! Long Chun was blasted down like a cannonball. He landed on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. Did he lose? While everyone was still in shock, Long Chun's body was covered in lightning. His bloodline power was pushed to the limit as he slowly rose from the ground. Hun Qianfan's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Soon after, his aura dissipated. He cupped his fists at Long Chun and said in a deep voice, "I've underestimated you. With your strength, you're not weaker than a human king. From today onward, the Luoyun Mountain, which is 3,000 miles south of the Divine Mountain, will be your base." Hun Qianfan took a deep look at Long Chun's body that was covered in lightning. He nodded and threw out a dark green token. Soon after, he turned around and tore open the space. Before he left, he said in a deep voice, "I hope you can keep this token after 3 months. When the ancient God Mountain opens, I look forward to seeing you again." The lightning around Long Chun dissipated. He looked at Hun Qianfan and took the token. Then he cupped his fists. The people from the 3 sects were stunned. Long Chun really did it. He passed the test as a Dao integration stage cultivator and obtained a place in the ancient desolate land. Chapter 282. Scarlet Assassination Order. The various ancient clan leaders looked at Long Chun with an inexplicable look in their eyes. Long Chun slowly walked back to the crowd of the 3 major sects and said, "Let's go. This is the foundation of the ancient desolate land." Long Chun subconsciously looked at the beautiful Yi Hailon. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. He knew that as long as he was around, Yi Hailon's 1,000 severance physique would never awaken, and her fate would change because of Long Chun. The various ancient clan members stared at Long Chun and shook their heads in laughter after recovering from their shock. Many of them, like the Li clan and the Gilded Rats, revealed greedy looks. The burly lion-like man was the closest to Long Chun and the rest. As he tore through space, he looked at Long Chun and shouted, "You are indeed a little strange. I hope that after 3 months, you won't be destroyed like those useless clans in the past." With that, he disappeared into the void. Then, Long Chun and the rest also left quickly. The Li clan and the Gilded Rats looked at the direction where Long Chun and the rest left and revealed sinister smiles. The three sovereign personages of the Gilded Rat clan said to the two from the Li clan, "Is this the reason why your Li clan compromised? He is just a young man with excellent talent. However, the Falling Cloud Mountain Range is a good place. Since the medallion has been issued this time, we will definitely seize it in 3 months." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the two Li clan brothers. They said in a low voice, "This young man's talent is comparable to those Taoists of the hidden clans, but he has no background. The two of us are willing to listen to the God Wolf clan's orders in 3 months. As long as we can destroy this clan, the Li clan will follow the God Wolf clan's lead when the ancient sacred mountain opens." The three human kings of the Gilded Rats laughed and left, looking at the two Li clan brothers deeply. When only the Li brothers were left, their expressions were extremely gloomy. The second brother of the Li clan even asked in a deep voice, "We absolutely can't let this kid live. Although we can't make a move against him in these 3 months, we have to join forces with the Gilded Rat clan and the God Wolf clan to suppress him as much as possible. Otherwise, there might be unexpected variables." The eldest son of the Li clan nodded solemnly. He knew very well that Long Chen's battle prowess was not inferior to the two of them in a one-on-one battle. This made him feel a strong sense of danger. The God Wolf clan has the intention to unify the northern region, destroy the Soul Ivy clan, and become the overlord of the northern region. It's not impossible for us to submit to them. Even if Long Chun is related to the Dark Star organization, he must be eliminated. The Falling Cloud Mountain Range was like a gigantic coiling snake. It stretched from east to west, spanning 3,000 li. Long Chun stood at the foot of the mountain, and everyone was stunned. What shocked them was not the mountain itself, but the terrifying mountain peak to the east of the Luo Yun Mountain that pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword. This mountain was known as the Eternal God Mountain. It was the most mysterious place in the northern region, and it was also the key to the rise and fall of the various clans in the northern region. This mountain seemed to have boundless magical power, attracting everyone's eyes to look at it. The clouds in the sky were like demonic beasts soaring and breathing, and the peak of the mountain was unknown. The strangest thing was that although this mountain had the shape of a mountain, it did not have a body. It was as black as ink, like an incomparably huge black hole, causing people's minds to be shaken. "Close your eyes." Long Chen's voice was like a loud bell that suddenly spread to everyone's ears, causing their bodies to tremble. They immediately withdrew their minds. Everyone's foreheads were covered with sweat, and they secretly thought that this mountain was terrifying. They quickly closed their eyes. Yi Hailon, Lu Yi, and the others stood beside Long Chun and could not help but ask, "This is the Eternal God Mountain that they spoke of? This mountain is so far away, but it can actually frighten people's souls. What is going on?" Long Chun stared at the mountain, and the corners of his mouth gradually revealed a smile, as if he was not afraid of the strange power of this mountain. He said lightly, "This mountain is a good place. It is the place where the opportunities of the northern region gather. It has existed since ancient times. When this mountain opens, I will bring you all to seize an unprecedented opportunity." Hearing Long Chen's words, even the 3 sect masters could not help but be stunned. They knew very little about this mountain, and only knew that it was extremely mysterious. When Yanli heard Long Chen's words, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not your first time in the ancient desolate land, and you know how to boast." Boasting. Little master is boasting. Lu Yi heard this and nodded thoughtfully. She pulled Yin Li's sleeve and cried out. Yi Hailon, Ao, Sangxiong, and Jian Sam were stunned when they heard this. They immediately laughed out loud, subconsciously thinking that Long Chun was joking. After all, like Yin Li said, it was Long Chen's first time in the ancient desolate land, just like them. Of course, other than Ao, Sangxiong. After seeing the sacred mountain, everyone walked into the Luo Yun mountain range. Although this place was barren, its foundation was still there. It was obvious that other ancient clans had built here before. Under the orders of the 3 sect masters, everyone quickly began to reorganize. Everyone seemed to be extremely excited. After leaving the 5 major sects and coming to the ancient desolate land, they felt that their future was bright. The wide sea allowed the fish to leap, and the high sky allowed the birds to fly. From now on, everyone's goal was no longer the void returning realm or the way integration realm. Instead, it was the human king realm, or even a never-before-seen human sovereign realm. Long Chun stood on the east side of the mountain range and felt the continuous spiritual power below. There must be a supreme-grade spirit vein below. Unknowingly, Yi Hailon was standing beside him. The two of them looked at the setting sun, but did not speak for a while. After a long while, Yi Hailon said to Long Chun, "Thank you. Thank you for leading the 5 major sects to establish a foothold in the ancient desolate land." With that, Yi Hailon turned and left, joining the people who were building the sect. Long Chun smiled. This peace made him feel at ease. However, he knew that this peace would not last long. It was not that easy to establish a foothold in the ancient desolate land. After mobilizing all the void returning realm and way integration realm cultivators, the original foundation of the Luo Yun mountain range was quickly restored to its original state. Many cave residences were also gradually opened. There were even many people who could not help but sit down and cultivate. It had to be said that the spiritual power in the ancient desolate land was very different from that of the 5 major sects. After the sect was basically completed, Ao Sangxiong found Long Chun. He took out a flagon of wine and said goodbye to him. Long Chun was not surprised. Ao Sangxiong did not want to stay in the ancient desolate land. That was why he went to the north of the North region. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to leave. The two of them drank 3 cups of wine. Ao Sangxiong left, leaving behind a secret order formation pattern before he left. Long Chun looked at the formation pattern and could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "You were unwilling and disdained to have anything to do with the Dark Star organization. However, because of me, you were unable to break away from it." Chapter 283. Sword Spirit with the Luo Yun Mountain as their base. The 3 sects only took 10 days to build their own sect grounds. What touched the 3 sects the most was that Long Chun still referred to them as the Shumi tribe. The 3 sect leaders were still the ones in charge of the tribe, but Long Chun had already become the backbone of the tribe. In the following days, Long Chun and Yin Li spent more than 10 days setting up a protective spell formation. The spell formation used the supreme grade spirit vein as the core of the spell formation. This month was very peaceful, and the entire Shumi tribe gradually got on the right track. The relationship between Yi Hailon and Long Chun became closer, and the 5 sects had already achieved their goal of returning to the ancient desolate land. Thus, no one cared about the so-called 1,000 extreme physique anymore. The 3-month period is the period of protection for everyone who has returned to the ancient race. However, after the 3-month period is over, I'm afraid that the ancient race nearby will attack us. By then, it will be the most difficult period for us. Long Chun said to the 3 grandmasters in a low voice. The 3 of them nodded. They also knew that if it weren't for Long Chen's existence, they wouldn't even be able to enter the ancient desolate land. Any clan lord would probably be able to destroy them. Everyone knew that although they had already achieved their goal of entering the ancient desolate land, they would need more powerful battle prowess if they wanted to gain a foothold in the ancient desolate land. Long Chun stared at the 3 of them. After a while, he said, "In the next 2 months, pick out 30 people who are at the peak of the return to void stage. It's best if they have a bloodline. I'll personally guide them in their cultivation for the next 2 months." Long Chen's powerful battle prowess and his numerous divine rank martial skills made the 3 sect leaders feel ashamed. It would be best if he could personally train a group of people. The next day, Long Chun gathered 30 people at the foot of the Luo Yun mountain. For the next 2 months, all of you will come with me to the mountain range below the sacred mountain. The beasts at the foot of the mountain range live there, but it is also the best place to train, Long Chun said to everyone. The 30 people behind Jian Shursan stared at Long Chun and nodded heavily. Their eyes were filled with reverence. At this moment, Long Chun had become an existence akin to a god in their eyes. Long Chun nodded and led everyone out of the mountain range, heading towards the foot of the sacred mountain. Seeing Long Chun and the others leave, the three sect leaders looked at each other with worry in their eyes. They were very confident in Long Chun's strength, but it would be difficult for him to raise the combat strength of the Void Return realm in 2 months. After leaving the Luo Yin mountain range, Long Chun led the group down the Divine Mountain. They gradually realized that the closer they got to the Divine Mountain, the louder the beast roars became. However, under Long Chun's lead, they managed to avoid all the beasts without any mishaps. Along the way, Long Chun taught them a supplementary cultivation technique called the Heaven Devouring Art. Long Chun did not tell them the grade of this cultivation technique, but everyone's expressions changed drastically when they found out. This cultivation technique was extremely terrifying for those who possessed a bloodline. The Heaven Devouring Art could devour the cores of beasts to increase the power of one's bloodline and then guide one's cultivation. As long as there were enough cores of beasts and their grades were high enough, it could be said that they could directly enter the human king stage. Everyone stared at Long Chun, and their breathing became heavy. Most of them were at the Void Return realm, and some of them had been stuck at the Void Return pinnacle stage for a long time. If they did not encounter any opportunities, they might not be able to break through in their lifetime. Long Chun's supplementary cultivation technique was equivalent to opening up a broad path for them. After traveling for several days, Long Chun finally stopped, split up into groups of 3, and kill as many beasts as possible. However, all the cores of beasts must be brought here in 3 days. Long Chun ordered. 30 people responded in unison. Immediately, they split into 10 groups and disappeared into the forest. Jian Shursan stood behind Long Chun the whole time. Long Chun stared at Jian Shursan and said, "You were born for the sword, but you don't have the power of a bloodline. For the next 2 months, I only have one request for you, to condense a sword soul." Long Chun's words caused Jian Shursan's pupils to contract abruptly. His cold face suddenly became excited. Sword soul? Jian Shursan was obsessed with the way of the sword his whole life. Ever since he was a few years old, he had always carried a sword with him. He had long heard rumors about sword souls. Jian Shursan stared blankly and said, "Is Master's words true? Sword souls really exist in this world?" The corners of Long Chun's mouth curled up into a faint smile. The long sword in his hand moved slightly, and the spiritual energy around his body suddenly dissipated. Immediately after, the long sword in his hand moved and slashed toward Jian Shursan. There was no spiritual energy on the long sword. Instead, a faint green light covered it, followed by a roar of anger. Jian Shursan was completely stunned. Long Chun's blade was already at his neck, but he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. He could clearly feel that the long sword in Long Chun's hand seemed to have come alive. Long Chun didn't use any spiritual energy rules. He didn't even use any martial arts techniques. Just an ordinary sword strike was actually so powerful. This is a sword soul? Jian Shursan's voice trembled a little. Even his eyes were bloodshot. His excitement was beyond words. Long Chun withdrew his sword and stood upright. He looked at Jian Shursan and said calmly, "Originally, you were only at the Void Return level. If you want to condense a sword soul, you have to at least step into the way of the virtual entity. However, I want you to do the opposite now. First, condense a sword soul. Then, use the power of the sword soul to comprehend the rules and directly enter the way of the virtual entity and even condense a Dao body." Long Chun's voice was like the evening drum and the morning bell. Jian Shursan never thought that Long Chun would actually want him to step into the way of the virtual entity within 2 months. In these 2 months, you will use the sword in your hand to travel through this mountain range. If you are unable to condense a sword soul, then you will not be fated with a sword soul in this lifetime. Shackles will also appear in your cultivation of the way of the sword for the rest of your life. Long Chen's two fingers continuously landed on Jian Shisan's dantian as he spoke. The energy around Jian Shisan's body gradually weakened. Soon, his cultivation dissipated in an instant. He was only left with the power of the spiritual martial arts realm. He did not ask for Jian Shisan's opinion because he knew that Jian Shisan would definitely agree. He knew very well what the two words sword soul meant to a person who was obsessed with swords. In this vast mountain range, even a person at the advanced stage of the void return level might not be able to survive. However, Jian Shisan actually left Long Chen with a sword in his hand and stepped into the forest without looking back. Long Chen looked at Jian Shisan's back and nodded slightly. This kind of Jian Shisan was worthy of being his disciple. Long Chen also turned and walked deeper into the forest. At this moment, he was relying on the comprehension of the rules from his previous life, the advantages of many martial arts techniques, and his powerful spiritual energy, which was comparable to an early-stage human king. However, he was still at the early stage of the way of the virtual entity. The sky-devouring incantation was also quite effective for him. However, his target was a demonic beast that was comparable to a human king. Chapter 284. Picking a fight. The northern region, Divine Mountain, opened randomly every cycle. Because of the existence of the Divine Mountain, many ancient clans in the northern region of the ancient desolate land prospered. Even the supreme-grade spirit veins of the various ancient clans were inextricably linked to the opening of the Divine Mountain. Because of the existence of the Divine Mountain, many demonic beasts in the mountain range below were of extremely high grade. However, this did not deter the various ancient clans. There were many ancient clans like Long Chen who led their clans to train here. The crystal cores of high-grade demonic beasts were also a considerable resource for the various ancient clans. They could use these to exchange for many resources from the Alchemist Guild and other organizations. In the mountain range, the mournful cries of the giant demonic beast after its death caused all the demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 meters to crawl. Many ancient clans at the periphery were shocked and said in a low voice, "Someone is actually killing a human king-level demonic beast. I wonder which ancient clan's expert is." The various ancient clans' king-level experts are now preparing for the opening of the Divine Mountain. I wonder which clan's human king is so free. All right, let's all stay away from here. Don't forget about the proper business. Everyone was extremely fearful of the person who could kill a human king-level demonic beast in the depths of the mountain range. However, they were extremely interested in the return to void cultivators at the periphery. The person who killed the human king-level demonic beast was Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the human lord-ranked demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain and shook his head slightly. This demonic beast was only equivalent to a level 2 human sovereign. However, it had taken him 5 days to kill it. Long Chen was deeply aware that his current cultivation level was still too low. His combat strength was still limited. With a shake of his sword, Long Chen picked up a scarlet crystal core from the demonic beast's head. It seemed as if there was a demonic beast's soul within it. Long Chen raised his hand and put the demonic beast's body into his storage ring. This demonic beast had scales and sharp claws. It would be a good material for the 100 Smelting clan to refine. Even its flesh and blood were comparable to elixirs for cultivators below the path integration stage. 5 days have passed. I wonder how many demonic beasts they've killed and how many crystal cores they've obtained. Long Chen leaped a few times and headed towards the rendezvous point. He did not choose to fly. Flying under the Divine Mountain would easily attract the attention of even more powerful demonic beasts, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The chirping of insects was incessant, and the scorching sun was high in the sky. It was noon when Long Chen returned to the meeting place. The Sumeru tribe had been waiting for him for a long time, but their faces were all ashen. Of the original 30 people, only 20 were left. Long Chen frowned slightly. It was expected that there would be casualties when facing the demonic beasts here, but 10 people had died in just 5 days. This number was unacceptable to Long Chen. Long Chun stared at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "How many cores did each of you obtain? Take them all out." As Long Chen's voice fell, everyone's faces became more and more unsightly. One by one, they took out the crystal cores from their storage rings. 20 people added up to less than 10 crystal cores. Seeing this scene, Long Chen's face turned completely gloomy. He said coldly, "What's going on?" A hint of anger flashed in the eyes of the people standing at the front. They stepped forward and explained, "After we arrived here, other ancient clans came immediately after. They all seemed to be targeting us. Yes, especially the Gilded Rat clan and the Li clan. Because of the 3-month protection period, although they did not attack us with their Dao integration stage cultivation, once we killed the demonic beasts, they immediately came to snatch the cores." Long Chun looked at the crystal cores in everyone's hands. Before he could say anything, a rustling sound came from behind him. Soon, several groups of people appeared in front of Long Chen's group. "Yo, this Sumeru tribe has Dao integration stage disciples." A group of void return cultivators dares to return to the ancient desolate land? What a joke. All right, give these demonic beast cores to us. Also, I haven't seen you for the past few days. You should have accumulated quite a lot. The groups of people looked at Long Chen's group with ridicule, their eyes full of disdain. Long Chen stared at them and sneered. "What if I don't give them to you? What are you going to do?" A Dao integration stage middle-aged man from the Gilded Rat clan said coldly, "Do you think you can be so arrogant in front of us just because you have a 3-month protection period? From now on, the Sumeru tribe is not allowed to come to the mountain range below the Divine Mountain. Otherwise, you might die here." As he spoke, he waved his hand at the people behind him. They immediately looked at him with disdain and returned to the mountain range. Soon, several demonic beasts comparable to Dao integration stage cultivators were herded here. The disciples behind Long Chun turned pale. They were all only at the return to void stage. These Dao integration stage demonic beasts were not something they could deal with. If Long Chun was not here, these demonic beasts would have killed all of them. A bunch of return to void stage trash. How dare you come to the Divine Mountain to train? Take these demonic beasts as a greeting gift. The people from the various tribes looked at Long Chun and the others mockingly and retreated. Immediately afterward, many Dao integration stage demonic beasts pounced toward Long Chun and the others as if they were being herded. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a sneer. The long sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed, and a chilling, murderous intent rippled out. The power of rules around him slowly dispersed. An invisible pressure instantly made everyone tremble from the depths of their souls. Gasp! Everyone was stunned. The Dao integration stage cultivators from the various ancient tribes who came to provoke Long Chun subconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. They stared at Long Chun in horror. "This kid, what's going on?" Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They recalled the furious roars of the human king stage demonic beasts and felt their mouths go dry. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he stared at Long Chun. You're the Dao integration stage cultivator from the Sumeru tribe, who's comparable to a human king stage cultivator?" Everyone was in disbelief. Long Chun was far too young. He was only at the early stage of the Dao integration stage, but he was comparable to a human king stage cultivator. Long Chun didn't say anything. The 10 or so demonic beasts in front of him prostrated themselves on the ground. They were all intimidated by his aura. The dozens of Dao integration stage cultivators from the various tribes also felt as if their legs were filled with lead and they couldn't move an inch soon. However, their faces were filled with terror. This was because the demonic beasts were strangely walking toward them under the pressure of Long Chen's aura. What's going on? Why are these demonic beasts listening to you?" Everyone turned pale with fright. However, they were so intimidated by Long Chen's aura that they couldn't breathe. Only a few people who had materialized their Dao bodies forcibly broke free from the power of laws and fled frantically. The demonic beasts charged into the group of Dao integration stage cultivators from the various tribes and started slaughtering them. Shrill cries could be heard from the various tribes. They couldn't fight back at all. No, no, spare us. We're from the Golden Rat tribe, which is a vassal of the Divine Wolf tribe. You can't kill us. Ah, how can this be? You're making an enemy out of all the ancient tribes. Seeing that Long Chun wasn't moved at all, one of the Golden Rat tribe Dao integration stage cultivators shouted, "Save me! Save me! Spare us! We have something to give you. We also have a piece of news. Please spare our lives." Chapter 285. Divine Mountain Ice. Long Chun looked at them playfully and said indifferently, "What news?" Long Chun was not interested in the things in their hands. However, since this person wanted to survive, the news would definitely be enough to move a human king powerhouse. The disciple of the Gilded Rat clan was covered in cold sweat. Without any hesitation, he threw a faint golden metal plate to Long Chun and begged, "I obtained this metal plate from the river left behind by the Divine Mountain. There's a broken map on it, and I can vaguely see that it's around here. However, I'm still trying to figure out the exact location." Long Chun looked at it and saw that there were several patterns of varying depths engraved on the incomplete map on the metal plate. Black tortoise, overflowing water. Cauldron. Although the words on it were incomplete, Long Chun could still see what was written on it. This cauldron was actually one of the 4 great cauldrons, the Black Tortoise Overflowing Water Cauldron. Long Chun's pupils suddenly shrank. If he could find this cauldron, together with the Vermilion Bird Fire Cloud Cauldron, he would have 2 of the 4 great cauldrons. Although he was only at the Dao integration stage, he would be able to refine divine rank pills. This line of defense made him very excited. If he could refine divine rank pills, it would increase his cultivation to a whole new level. Long Chun's hand flashed, and he put away the cauldron. Immediately after, the power of laws in his body surged again. However, he had no intention of letting these people go. Under the roars of a group of monster beasts, the people of various clans were slaughtered by the monster beasts. When the disciples of Shumi clan saw this scene, they faintly felt a chill run down their spines. However, when they thought about the pressure these people had been under these past few days and the fact that 10 of their disciples had died to the monster beasts they had driven away, they felt relieved. Long Chun looked at the crowd and shook his head slightly. Originally, he had planned to use this period of time to let these return to Void Stage disciples fight with the monster beasts to hone their martial skills and improve their combat strength. Now, it seemed that with the various ancient clans targeting them, it was impossible to succeed. With a wave of his sword, Long Chun beheaded the demonic beasts one by one. In a deep voice, he said, "Take out all of the demonic beasts' crystal cores, as well as the crystal cores on these fellows' bodies. After that, all of you can return to the sect." The 20 disciples nodded. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but feel worried. These people were all from the various ancient clans. Now that they had died not long ago, they would definitely attract more experts. If they continued to stay here and hunt for demonic beasts, they would only become a burden to Long Chun. Thankfully, after searching for a while, they discovered that there were quite a few demon beast cores in their possession. There were several dozen Dao integration stage demon beast cores, as well as 100 return to Void Stage demon beast cores. This was more than enough for them to use. After everyone bid farewell to Long Chun once again took out the light golden metal piece and looked into the distance. Although the map on it was incomplete, Long Chun knew the approximate location. It was not difficult to find it by relying on his powerful divine sense. On the other side, the Dao integration stage disciples of the various large tribes who had escaped returned with lingering fear on their faces. The higher-ups of the various large tribes all had ashen expressions. Soon, the human king experts of the various large tribes all took to the sky and rushed down the Divine Mountain. When they arrived near the Divine Mountain, the many experts who had died had no choice but to land on the ground. When everyone saw each other, their expressions were extremely ugly. Among them were the 2 Li brothers. That Long Chun actually ordered the demonic beasts to kill all the Dao integration stage experts of the Gold Guild Rat clan. "We definitely can't let him go today." A gold-gilt Rat Clan expert said coldly with a gloomy expression. A playful smile flashed across the lips of the two human kings from the Lee clan. They said, "I wonder if it's your gilded Rat Clan, our Lee clan, and the Firefox clan that have all died." Although this person did not directly attack and did not break the rules, we can't just stand by and watch. If the Green Spirit Vine clan hadn't set a 3-month protection period for returning to the ancient tribes, we would have killed him with our own hands today. A human king expert with fiery red hair said with an unfriendly expression. When the two human kings of the Lee clan saw this, they seemed to be in a good mood. They fanned the flames and said, "If he can drive the demonic beasts away, we can do it too. If the Shumi clan is annihilated by this beast tide, then don't blame us." Perhaps that Long Chun was unlucky and encountered several frenzied human king demonic beasts when he left the mountain. Naturally, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. As the two human kings of the Lee clan finished speaking, the human kings of the various clans all revealed ruthless expressions. Immediately after, the human kings of the various clans actually split into 2 groups and disappeared into the boundless mountain range of the Divine Mountain. Tens of thousands of meters away from everyone, Long Chun looked at the Divine Mountain in front of him and couldn't help but frown. If he guessed correctly, there was a 1,000 feet deep pool in front of him. The pool was covered in ice and cold air rose from it. Not only that, but what made Long Chun uneasy was that half of the pool was located at the foot of the sacred mountain. Half of the pool, which was originally covered in ice, was now as black as ink, forcibly dividing the surface of the water into 2 areas. The cold attribute of this deep pool is extremely high. Although the map is incomplete, within tens of thousands of meters, this place is most likely the place where the Black Tortoise Overwater Cauldron is located. Long Chun muttered to himself. The power of thunder loomed all over Long Chun's body, and scales suddenly appeared. He made up his mind and jumped into the cold pool. The bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed his entire body. Even though he had the body of the 3-eyed thunder dragon, he only felt that his blood seemed to have begun to slow down. Long Chun snorted coldly. A faint flame actually appeared amidst the thunder and lightning around him, and the power of rules circulated endlessly. Under the coverage of his divine sense, the entire ice pool appeared in his mind. However, every time his divine sense approached the pitch-black divine mountain on the other side of the pool, it was repelled by a powerful force. Long Chun gradually frowned. It turned out that the entire pool was actually like an ice mountain 100 meters below the surface. Long Chun quickly approached the ice mountain. With a wave of his right hand, the vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron appeared out of thin air. The red light on it was faintly discernible, as if it was being pulled by something. As expected, the Black Tortoise Overwater Cauldron is here. The vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron and the Black Tortoise Overwater Cauldron were both part of the 4 great divine cauldrons. The closer the 2 were to each other, the stronger the pulling force. He rushed to the bottom of the pool at an extremely fast speed. However, he quickly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, he saw an extremely strange scene. A ball of azure flames was actually burning fiercely in the ice. On the other side of the flames, the shape of a giant cauldron was shockingly half submerged in the divine mountain. It was as if a part of it had been swallowed by a black hole. Creak, creak, the flames flickered continuously. Not only did the surrounding cold energy not disperse, it became even more bone-chilling. Long Chun's eyes suddenly flickered. He lost his voice and said to himself, "This is the icy blue flame, a heavenly fire born from heaven and earth." When Long Chun obtained the vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron, there was the vermilion bird fire, which was a heavenly fire. Chapter 286. 7-colored heavenly flame. Beast heavenly flames were divided into living heavenly flames and innate heavenly flames. Innate heavenly flames were born from heaven and earth. The biggest difference between innate heavenly flames and living heavenly flames and ordinary flames was that they could coexist with humans. Everyone could absorb innate heavenly flames in their lifetime, depending on their talent. For example, Long Chun absorbed 2 types of 4-star heavenly flames in his previous life. Other dominators were the same. Long Chen's body was surrounded by the power of laws. He slowly approached the azure blue flame. Even with the power of lightning and fire, his body was still covered in ice. Creak, creak. The azure blue flame emitted waves of soul energy. At the same time, the cold pond water turned into countless ice spikes that pierced towards Long Chun. Every ice spike had flames on it. The ice and fire seemed to be in perfect harmony at this moment. Long Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Countless lightning and fire surged in all directions. Ka ka ka. Everything within 100 meters of Long Chun turned into ice and covered him. The entire cold pool quieted down. Only the icy blue flame continued to jump, but it was unable to move at all. After dozens of breaths, a crack suddenly appeared in front of Long Chun. A third lightning I could be faintly seen between his eyebrows. What a powerful divine sense, what a pure power of laws. You're a dominator of the heaven domain? At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The azure blue flame actually spoke human language. Long Chun was less than 10 meters away from the flame. The power of laws between the two was extremely terrifying. Long Chen's berserk divine sense instantly swept in all directions, wrapping around the icy blue flame in front of him. He then sneered, "Come out. If you're really just the soul of the icy blue flame and don't have a physical body, you would have been killed by my divine sense." As Long Chen's voice fell, a body gradually appeared behind the azure blue flame. In front of Long Chun, a 4-legged demonic beast with 7 colored flames appeared. This beast's body was snow white, and its eyes were like glass. The fire patterns in its eyes were like a net. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a terrifying wound under its abdomen, and half of its body, behind its back, was actually pressed under the divine mountain by the black tortoise overwater cauldron. 7-colored, mystical flame beast, I didn't expect you to be trapped here. No wonder. Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. 7-colored heavenly flame beast. It was rumored that this beast had the ability to devour heavenly flames. Once it devoured enough heavenly flames, it would possess the battle prowess of a sovereign in his previous life. When this beast appeared in the heaven region, it attracted the attention of countless sovereigns from all over the heavens. They wanted to tame it, and Long Chun naturally participated. The battle that day could be said to have been a bitter one. The wondrous alien fire beast had been surrounded and killed by numerous hegemons. In the end, it had once again transformed into countless wisps of alien fire that had fled into the void. Thinking back to when this beast appeared in his previous life, Long Chun smiled and took out the light golden metal piece in his hand. He said indifferently, "I'm afraid you deliberately spread this item. If you hadn't lured me here, I'm afraid that even if a human king expert came here, their body would have been seized by you, and they would have left this place. If my guess is correct, you should have been here for no less than 10,000 years. In other words, you've existed since ancient times. However, under the suppression of this divine mountain, even your soul cannot escape." The 7-colored heavenly flame beast's sparkling eyes stared fixedly at Long Chun. It felt a deep sense of danger. Just as Long Chun said, he had thought of many ways to send out that light golden metal piece using the flow of water. However, in the end, no one was able to find this place. Even if they did find it, many people would shrink back in fear of the divine mountain. Especially after the icy blue flame had appeared at the bottom of the pool, the intense heavenly flames made even many human kings not dare to step into it. They were afraid of triggering the existence on the divine mountain. The 7-colored heavenly flame beast stared at Long Chun and said in human language, "Let me out. I can find all the heavenly flames in the world for you. I'm also willing to worship you as my master. I can easily help you devour the icy blue flame here." A cold smile suddenly flashed across Long Chen's lips. He said, I don't like to make deals with creatures that have existed since ancient times. I only want to refine your divine sense. As for your body, I have no interest in it. No, I can help you absorb countless heavenly flames and become the strongest fighting force in this world. I can help you enter the deep mountains in advance and obtain countless benefits. Don't kill me. However, no matter how the heavenly flame beast screamed, Long Chun had no intention of stopping. The long sword in his hand was filled with laws and directly cut down the beast. If these words were said by others, Long Chun might have hesitated for a moment. However, coming from this beast, he did not believe it at all. In its previous life, this beast had transformed into a human in the 10 Directions' celestial domain. It relied on lies to lure and kill countless powerhouses and even seized the heavenly flames from many sovereigns. As soon as the beast died, a dim light appeared out of thin air around its body. Its soul's eyes were full of resentment. However, the moment this soul appeared, it was as if it was suppressed by a divine mountain and was about to be devoured by the pitch-black divine mountain. Long Chun thought that this divine mountain was strange. Otherwise, this beast would not be trapped here. It seemed that even if it gave up its physical body, it could not leave. The power of laws in Long Chun's right hand floated and bound the beast's soul. Immediately, rays of spiritual light flowed out from his fingertips and turned into formation patterns that trapped the soul. Long Chun took a deep look at the black tortoise-over-water cauldron and shook his head. Nearly half of the cauldron was suppressed under the divine mountain. As such, he could only wait for the person who opened the divine mountain to find a way to obtain it. However, he obtained a glacial blue flame and the soul of the heavenly flame beast. This made Long Chun very satisfied. Before he left, he took out the 7-colored heavenly flame beast's demonic beast core. To him, this was not something a divine king-level demonic beast core could compare to. Long Chun put away the glacial blue flame and the beast's soul. He turned around and left the bottom of the pool. He did his best to use his elemental energy on this pitch-black divine mountain. After leaving the cold pool, Long Chun found a cave and took out the heavenly flame beast soul. Indeed, after leaving the pool and the divine mountain, this beast soul had extremely strong vitality even though it had lost its physical body. Just as this beast was about to say something, it saw Long Chun bombarding its soul with thunder, fire, and boundless divine sense. He wanted to erase its divine sense completely. Mournful cries could be heard endlessly. The heavenly flame beast's soul gradually began to turn transparent. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to become your slave and search for all the heavenly flames in the world for you. I'm not lying. Hearing this, Long Chun's hand froze. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He said, "You're only left with a living soul now. It's good enough that you're still alive. You still want to trick me?" This beast hurriedly said, "Heavenly flame beasts are passed down from one soul to another. Once you refine my living soul, it will take at least a few thousand years for the next heavenly flame beast to appear. However, if you let me live, as long as you help me fuse with the glacial blue flame, I'll be able to transform into a heavenly flame beast again." Long Chun's eyes narrowed as he stared at this beast's soul. He said indifferently, "I see. However, I still have to erase your divine sense. I don't like to fight a battle of wits and courage with an old fellow who has lived for 10,000 years. Chapter 287. The Tao of Heaven. Numerous human kings traversed the forest beneath the divine mountain. The roars of countless demonic beasts caused the faces of the surrounding ancient tribes to turn pale. The roars of these demonic beasts continued for a long time, and they emitted a terrifying aura. They were all comparable to human kings. The newly established Shumi clan of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range was even more solemn. This was because the huge demonic beasts were gradually moving away from the divine mountain, and they were charging toward the Shumi clan like a storm of rocks. Yi Hailon and the 3 sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. Under Yin Li's guidance, the sect-protecting formation set up by Long Chun was activated. Everyone in the clan had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. This wave of demonic beasts was simply too strange. From afar, everyone could see that there were actually 5 human king-level demonic beasts. At the same time, the Dao integration stage cultivators of the various clans also leaped 10,000 meters into the air and saw this scene from afar. Immediately, they came to a realization, and a playful expression appeared on their faces. Without prior agreement, they all headed toward the Shumi clan to watch the show. On the other side, Long Chun was inside the cave. The divine intent of the soul of the mysterious fire beast before him had already been forcefully crushed by his sovereign divine will and injected into the glacial blue flames. This glacial blue flame's divine intent was in a state of confusion, and it should have been formed less than 1,000 years ago. Long Chun could easily control it by relying on his sovereign divine will and the power of loss. As the soul of the strange beast, whose eyes were filled with confusion, fell into the azure flames, Long Chun could clearly feel the spiritual energy around him being pushed back in an instant. Rumble! In an instant, the entire mountain he was in began to shake violently, and streams of almost tangible spiritual power rushed toward him from all directions like 100 rivers converging into the sea. The azure flames would sometimes expand by several times, and sometimes they would suddenly shrink. As it breathed in and out, there was a faint feeling of a heart beating. Long Chun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and streaks of lightning appeared on his hands. He reached out toward the glacial blue flames, and a boundless divine will covered his hands, forcibly suppressing the glacial blue flames. With the lightning pattern, Master Life Formation fall. As Long Chun let out a loud roar, the silver-white lightning lines on his saber turned into an array formation and forcibly branded itself on the soul of the 7-colored exotic flame beast that was about to take shape. Seeing this scene, Long Chun couldn't help but smile. He never thought that the mystical fire beast that caused chaos in the 10 Directions celestial domain in his previous life actually originated from the ancient desolate land, under the primordial god mountain. And in this life, this beast could actually be used by him. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. A fist-sized rainbow mystical fire beast was leaping in the air like a cat cub. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with fiery patterns. On his furry neck, there were 7 dim, flaming feathers that were completely out of place with the light blue fur all over his body. Long Chun was stunned. He never thought that the mystical fire beast would turn into such a small thing. It seemed that it would take a lot of time for it to grow into the mystical fire beast that had caused countless sovereigns headaches in his previous life. Long Chun casually stretched out his right hand, and the palm-sized mystical fire beast let out a low hum. There was a look of confusion in its eyes, but when Long Chun's eyes flashed with lightning, he suddenly felt a sense of intimacy from his soul. The little thing took 2 steps in the air and climbed onto Long Chun's shoulder from his fingertips. It lay there with a look of enjoyment, and it whispered, "Do, do, do." Long Chun felt a chill on his shoulder. With a thought, the beast turned into a blue light and condensed on his left arm, turning into a blue flame. As expected, Long Chun's brows showed a look of realization. This beast was really of the same origin as the mystical fire. Not only could it be subdued, it could also merge with the mystical fire. Long Chun couldn't wait to take out a demonic beast core that was equivalent to a human king. He immediately swallowed it, and a blue, icy flame suddenly curled up in his dantian. This pill instantly turned into pure spiritual energy that swept through his limbs and bones. The violent demonic beast aura within it completely turned into nothingness. Originally, it would take at least several days to refine the crystal core of a demonic beast at the level of a human king. But now, it only took a few breaths. One had to know that consuming a demonic beast core was different from swallowing a spiritual vein. The demonic beast core produced by a human king demonic beast core contained extremely violent spiritual energy. Even Long Chun, with his great emperor body, couldn't directly absorb this kind of spiritual energy. The absorption efficiency was no different from that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy for him to lose his mind and fall into endless slaughter. The spiritual energy contained in a demonic beast core that was comparable to a human king demonic beast core was almost unimaginable. Most importantly, it contained a trace of the purest law origin energy. This was also the reason why almost every expert in Long Chen's previous life yearned for the mystical fire. It was because the mystical fire had this kind of almost abnormal refining effect. After the law origin energy and the endless spiritual energy merged into his dantian, the dragon soul in Long Chen's dantian spat out endless breaths. It actually swallowed the law origin energy. Then, one of the dragon scales of the secret mother actually started to flicker. Long Chen was suddenly startled at this moment. With a thought, his entire body shook. There were a total of 3,000 scales on the dragon soul. There were only 10 scales flickering with divine light, and these 10 scales were the number of law origin energy that Long Chen had comprehended in his previous life. People once said that the more law origin energy one comprehends, the bigger the shackles of the star. At this moment, I want to condense 3,000 law origin energy. Long Chen felt an unprecedented shock. If he wanted to break through to the human king realm, he needed to comprehend at least 3,000 law origin energy. This was simply an impossible matter. 3,000 law origin energy, choose one. 3,000 law origin energy, choose one. Heavenly Dragon Vein, Primal Chaos Golden Codex. Long Chen's eyes suddenly seemed to be filled with divine light. He shouted loudly, "I understand. I have the Heavenly Tao. 3,000 law origin energy, I know all of them. Condensing the law of origin energy is the Heavenly Dragon Vein." Long Chen had never been so excited and lost his composure in this life. After a short moment of surprise, Long Chen gradually regained his composure. Although he had thought this through, now that he had stepped into the Divine King realm and condensed 3,000 law origin energy, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the other side, the flame totem on Long Chen's arm emitted a pitiful cry. Do, do, do. The mystical fire bee seemed to have an unprecedented fear of the dragon soul in Long Chen's body. It actually did not dare to steal a trace of spiritual energy from it. Long Chen could not help but laugh. With a thought, he mobilized 20% of his spiritual energy to the flame totem on his right arm. However, just as he finished his action, a huge roar came from outside the cave. Long Chen's face suddenly darkened. His figure moved and rushed out of the cave. When he saw the scene in front of him, his entire face turned green. Not far away, there were actually 5 Human King realm monsters rushing towards him. Behind them were 3 or 4 Human King powerhouses using various martial arts skills to drive them away. Chapter 288. Spectators from various clans, the 2 Human Kings from the Li clan and the 2 Human Kings from the Gilded Rat clan, saw Long Chen from afar. They were almost certain of Long Chen's direction from the huge wave of spiritual energy just now. The Li clan's eldest son saw Long Chen from afar and sneered. He said loudly, "You're really unlucky to be standing in our way of killing the beast. Long Chen, don't you have the combat ability of a human king? Then we'll leave these human king-level beasts to you." The Gilded Rat clan's eldest son also had a vicious expression. Long Chen looked at the 5 human king-level beasts and the 3 human kings, and a murderous look flashed across his face. However, he knew that these 3 people were using this method to drive the beasts away to put him in danger. They were unwilling to personally violate the 3-month deadline mentioned by the Green Vine clan. It seemed that if this rule was violated, there would be terrible consequences, and he would not be an exception. This rule restricted them from directly attacking the entire Shumi clan within 3 months. They could only use such underhanded methods. Long Chen looked at the 2 of them deeply. He did not choose to attack directly. Instead, he turned and left. This was not because Long Chun was not a match for these human king-level beasts. After all, without using martial arts, these human king-level beasts were not as strong as the human kings of the ancient clans. However, if he attacked these beasts, and these people really did not care about the rules, the consequences would be unimaginable. With his current strength, it was too difficult for him to face 3 human kings at the same time. Moreover, there were 5 human king-level beasts. As Long Chun ran, he looked back and shouted coldly at the 2 human kings from the Li clan. In 3 months, the Li clan will be removed from the ancient desolate land. And your gilded rat clan. Looking at Long Chen's back and his arrogant words, the 2 human kings from the Li clan and the human king from the gilded rat clan's faces darkened. The eldest son of the Li clan shouted coldly, "Brat, although your battle prowess is comparable to that of a human king, you're only at the early stage of the Dao integration stage. Don't even talk about expelling us from the list in 3 months. If you're still alive, then it means that the Li clan is incompetent. Arrogant brat. No one in the northern region has ever dared to say such things to our gilded rat clan. 3 months later, what's Shumi clan? Not only will we kill you, but we will also annihilate your entire clan." The human king of the gilded rat clan said fiercely. The second son of the Li clan snorted coldly and said, "Why bother arguing with him? Let's split up and chase away the demonic beasts. We'll try our best to stop him before he reaches an area where he can fly. We can't tear apart space at the foot of the divine mountain. As long as he's surrounded, he'll lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die today." As they spoke, they actually split up, each of them using their martial skills to forcefully drive the human king-level demonic beast from a distance towards Long Chun. Long Chun looked at this scene coldly, but he didn't fight back. He knew that even if he fought back and drove away the demonic beasts, he would eventually be surrounded by the demonic beasts driven by the other 2 men, and he would ultimately fall into a dangerous situation. Today, he could only swallow this anger. As he ran towards the periphery of the Divine Mountain, he quickly discovered that in the sky above the Luo Yun mountain range, where the Shumi clan was located, the light of a huge formation shot straight into the clouds. If the Luo Yun mountain range encountered the same situation as he did today, once the formation was broken, the people inside would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, he had to return to the formation. If this formation was controlled by him, he wouldn't have to fear the human king-level demonic beasts. Long Chen's speed increased again, and his divine transformation stage body movement technique was pushed to the extreme. The few human king-level powerhouses watched as Long Chun gradually disappeared from their sight, and their footsteps gradually slowed down. They snorted coldly and said, "Long Chen's body movement technique is too fast." Li family's eldest brother said coldly, "Now, he naturally has to return to the Luo Yun mountain range. Let's also drive these 5 human king-level demonic beasts over to make up the numbers. Today, even if we can't kill him, we will make the Shumi clan's blood flow like a river." Li family's second brother frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "Won't our actions anger the Soul Ivy clan? If they think that we have violated the rules, it won't be a joke. More than 10 years ago, there was once a clan that was robbed by another ancient clan on the last day of the 3-month protection period after they returned. However, after only 3 days, the Soul Ivy clan's human king-level powerhouse, who had violated the rules for only 1 day, was almost killed by the Soul Ivy clan, and only 1 person was left alive. Since then, almost no one dared to violate the so-called 3-month protection period. The human king-level powerhouse of the Gilt Rat clan revealed a faint smile and said indifferently, "You can rest assured. As long as we don't attack directly, the Soul Ivy clan won't have time to care about us now." Also, after the Sacred Mountain opens, the situation of the entire northern region might change. At that time, the Soul Ivy clan's position as the overlord might be replaced by the Godwolf clan. At this moment, they might already be in a terrible fix. When the Li family's second brother heard this, he was relieved. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then they actually drove the 5 Human King-level demonic beasts across the mountain range unhurriedly toward the Shumi clan. Long Chun was extremely fast. After leaving the no-fly zone at the foot of the sacred mountain, he quickly rushed back to the Luo Yin mountain range. When he saw 4 or 5 demonic beasts that were comparable to human kings continuously bombarding the formation, his entire face turned gloomy. Inside the formation, members of the Shumi clan kept falling to the ground, unable to get up. Some of the immortal soul third-level powerhouses who were in charge of the formation were even killed. Long Chun exhaled deeply, and the faces of the various ancient clans who were watching from 10,000 meters above the ground turned gloomy. Long Chun soared into the air and walked into the formation step by step. His cold voice spread in all directions like rolling thunder as he said, "Everyone, I, Long Chun, will remember what you did today. In the future, I'll pay you back double." Long Chen's cold eyes swept across the surroundings as he memorized each and every human king powerhouse in his mind. Many human kings in the sky sneered, and many immortal soul third-level disciples who were watching the show mocked loudly. "You're just a brat at the immortal soul third level. Do you really think you can run amok in the ancient desolate land? Now, there are less than 2 months left. When the time comes, how big of a wave can you create?" 2 of the demonic beasts today were attracted by my Firefox clan. So what? My clan has 6 human king powerhouses. How dare you say such arrogant words? This person is just a country bumpkin from the north of the northern region. He probably got lucky and obtained an incredible inheritance. So he thinks he's invincible. Your mouth is pretty good. I'd like to see if you can survive today, huh? Long Chun stepped into the formation and helped the 100 smelting clan master down from the formation eye. Looking at the blood at the corner of his mouth, Long Chun said coldly, "I came back late. Today, these demonic beasts will all be their gifts to us. The Gilded Rat clan, the Li clan, the ancient clans, the Firefox clan. I'll remember them all. When the time comes, I'll use the blood of their respective human kings to repay the humiliation today." Chapter 289. Refining the crystal core. The dozen or so human king monsters went berserk as they looked at the humans within the Shumi clan. The human kings, Endao integration stage, powerful beings of the various ancient tribes stood in midair. Behind the human kings and demonic beasts, countless attacks could be heard. Relying on their advantage in numbers and powerful attacks, these people forced the demonic beasts to continuously crash into the huge protective spell formation of the falling cloud mountain. The formation, which was originally covered in cracks and flickering with light, suddenly emitted a blinding light the moment Long Chun took over. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They felt that not only was the formation not damaged, but numerous formation markings had appeared on it. Instead, swoosh, swoosh. As rays of divine light shot out of the formation like divine swords, the entire falling cloud mountain actually trembled. The supreme-grade spirit vein beneath it emitted a terrifying aura, which actually merged with the formation in front of Long Chun. Slash. Following Long Chun's command, countless rays of spiritual light forcibly condensed into 3 gigantic swords above the formation. As soon as these swords appeared, the Dao integration stage cultivators of the ancient clans turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. Even the 10 or so human kings couldn't help but be shocked. Whoosh, blood rained down. Under the gigantic swords formed by the formation, the 9 monsters were instantly slashed into 2. Their huge bodies collapsed like mountains, kicking up a cloud of dust. Outside the formation, the people of the ancient clans stared at Long Chen's formation and exclaimed, "This sect actually used the power of this formation to link up with the supreme grade spirit vein. Every slash probably used up 1/100th of the spirit vein's power." Although this clan came from the north of the North region, I didn't expect them to have someone with such mastery of formations. If we can use him in the future, today the Firefox clan, Li clan, Golden Rat clan, and Li clan have been defeated. With this formation, Unless they personally attack, these human king monsters will never be able to break through it. Long Chun slowly walked out of the formation and stood on top of the corpses of the monsters. The ground was covered in blood. He said coldly, "I'll accept everyone's gifts. I'll be waiting for your next gift." After Long Chen spoke, he waved his hand in front of the sovereign personages of the ancient clans and took out all the sovereign personages' cores. Then, he turned around and returned to the formation. Once the protection period is over, it will be the day of your Shumi clan's extinction. Outside the formation, the members of the Firefox clan, the Li clan, and the Gilded Rat clan were all livid. They flicked their sleeves and left, leaving behind only a roar. Within the array, the three sect masters and their disciples were furious and worried. They had never thought that entering the ancient desolate land would be so troublesome. Furthermore, there were so many ancient race members eyeing them covetously. Long Chun stared at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry. This trip isn't completely fruitless. The 20 of you, follow me." As Long Chun spoke, the 20 disciples at the return to Void Pinnacle stage followed behind him. All of you possess the heaven-engulfing mantra, and the power of your bloodlines is more than sufficient. The demon beast cores in your possession are also more than enough for you to progress from the return to Void Pinnacle stage to the Tao integration stage. My goal is to help all of you attain Tao bodies. Attain Tao bodies. The 20 disciples and Long Chun stood at the back of the mountain. They were all stunned by Long Chen's words. A few of them even asked in disbelief, "Although we're all at the return to Void Pinnacle stage and our bloodlines aren't weak, there's still a long way to go before we can attain the Tao integration stage and attain the divine spirit. As for attaining Tao bodies, we don't even dare to think about it. To attain the Tao integration stage, we have to shatter our golden cores and attain the divine spirit. The heaven engulfing mantra can help us break through this barrier, but to attain Tao bodies, we have to comprehend the power of laws. The power of laws is extremely mysterious. How can we possibly comprehend it in a short period of time?" Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't believe Long Chen's words. There were so many Tao integration stage cultivators in the 5 major sects, but none of them managed to attain a Tao body. Yet, Long Chun wanted all 20 of them to attain Tao bodies. Yi Hailon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He stared at Long Chun with his gem-like eyes and said calmly, "Count me in. I believe in you." Long Chun was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and continued, "In the following period of time, I'll set up a spell formation with supreme-grade crystals. I'll add in the comprehension of the 5 powers of laws, as well as 10 types of divine-level martial arts techniques and battle formations. With your bloodlines, you'll be able to comprehend these things. However, you have to know that once you attain Tao bodies with the laws you've comprehended, you'll only be able to attain the human monarch stage for the rest of your lives." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They felt that Long Chen's words were getting more and more mysterious. Attaining Tao bodies and comprehending other people's laws? What a joke. As long as they could attain Tao bodies, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. As for attaining the human monarch stage, they didn't even dream of attaining it. After a moment of hesitation, everyone nodded solemnly. Then, Long Chun took a deep look at Yi Hailon before he turned around and left. In the following days, Long Chun and Yin Li didn't know about the spell formation. They spent 3 days covering the entire back of the mountain. Long Chun even sat in the center of the spell formation and split a portion of his divine consciousness into the spell formation. 20 disciples who were selected entered the spell formation and sat cross-legged. Above their heads, there were 5 formless laws that resonated with each other. There were even streaks of sword techniques and martial arts techniques that were faintly discernible. When Yi Hailon was about to enter the spell formation, he was stopped by Long Chun. He said, "You can't enter this spell formation. You have 1,000 severance body. Even if you don't awaken the 7 severance body, you'll at least be ranked in the top 100 on the Bloodline Azure Cloud leaderboard. If you want to attain Tao bodies, or even attain the Divine Monarch stage, I have other ways. Yi Hailon looked at Long Chun in surprise. However, he didn't ask any questions. He just quietly followed behind Long Chun. The two of them entered a cave together. Long Chun said indifferently, "There's a crystal core that's comparable to a human monarch here. With your bloodline grade, you'll be able to absorb it if you cultivate with me. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be able to comprehend your own power of laws. You won't need my help or the sky-devouring incantation." Long Chun sat cross-legged as he spoke. Streaks of blue flames on his right hand instantly purified the crystal core in his hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, he covered Yi Hailon's body with it. Yi Hailon's entire body seemed to be bathed in divine light. He looked extremely beautiful. On the other side, Long Chun nodded slightly. All the remaining crystal cores that were comparable to human monarchs floated above his head. They actually exploded at the same time. One, the crystal cores that were comparable to human monarchs ignited with blue flames. Then, the 8 powers of laws within them seemed to be pulled. They instantly fell towards the dragon soul that was spiraling in his dantian. At the same time, the pure spiritual energy around him that was as boundless as the sea seemed to have turned into water. The 8 crystal cores that were comparable to human monarchs were refined by Long Chun in less than 100 breaths, like the breath of a giant whale. The scales of the dragon soul in his body actually flickered with divine light again. Not only that, his body actually grew a little. Chapter 290. Times upon the dragon soul. 18 scales glowed, each containing a type of rule power. Long Chun knew that from today onwards, he would step onto a path that no one else had ever walked before. On the other side, Yi Hailon's entire body was shrouded in dark purple light. Her entire body floated into the air as if she had entered an ethereal state. Long Chun nodded slightly when he saw this scene. It was just as he had expected. Yi Hailon was extremely talented. If he had enough resources, his achievements would be far greater. Although he had purified the demonic beast core, a demonic beast core that was comparable to a human king still took a long time for her to absorb. Moreover, she seemed to have signs of condensing the power of law. Long Chun took a deep look at Yi Hailon. Without any hesitation, a crystal core appeared in his hand. Streaks of violent spiritual energy surged out of it. There seemed to be an ethereal flame burning above the spiritual energy, which was extremely strange. It was far from comparable to the crystal cores of other beast kings. Roar! However, right after Long Chun purified this beast core with a deviant flame, the dragon soul in his body actually roared crazily. Dragon roars seemed to resound directly in his mind, creating a strange resonance with his body. Long Chun could feel the dragon soul's desire for this item. The crystal core of a mystical fire beast that has existed since the ancient times is really strange. Long Chun stared at the crystal core that was constantly swaying like a flame totem and swallowed it in one gulp. When the crystal core entered his mouth, Long Chun's body suddenly ignited with a torrential virtual fire, and the dragon soul in his dantian also began to breathe slowly. Ever since Long Chun activated the power of the formation to kill the 9 human king demonic beasts, the 3 great ancient clans that regarded the Gold Gilt Rat clan as their beasts did not make a move in advance. The Li clan, the Ancient clan, the Firefox clan, and the Gilded Rat clan had a total of 12 human monarchs. The Firefox clan and the Gilded Rat clan each had 5 human monarchs. To think that the Shumi clan's clan protecting formation is so strong. There's still a month left before we can make a move. However, if that Long Chun relies on the formation to defend his sect, then things will be a little difficult. The Li clan's eldest brother said in a low voice. The 12 human kings all nodded. Among them, a human king from the Firefox clan suddenly laughed sinisterly when he saw that everyone was at their wits' end. Soon after, he said indifferently, "This matter is actually not difficult. We only need to do our best to invite all the great ancient clans near this place. When the time comes, we only need to challenge them, This tribe has only just returned, and they're only supported by a Dao integration stage cultivator. Who among the ancient tribes wouldn't want a piece of the pie? When the time comes, as long as we have a slight advantage, I'm afraid that the other races won't be able to sit still and fight over the falling Cloud Mountain range. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and they were all relieved. Behind the three clans was the Godwolf clan. Now, they even had 15 human kings. They were determined to kill Long Chun. Time flew by quickly. As the Li clan and the other ancient tribes spread the news, all the powerful warriors from the surrounding great clans appeared in the sky above the falling Cloud Mountain. This is the ancient tribe that threatened to destroy the Li clan and the Gold Gilt Rat clan and the Firefox clan. It doesn't seem to be any aura of a human king among them. You don't know about this, right? It said that the people from this tribe just returned to the ancient desolate land. 3 days later, they passed the 3-month limit set by the spirit Ivy lineage. The people from this tribe really don't know what's good for them. They're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Facing the 3 ancient tribes, they can only face destruction. More and more mocking voices reached the Sumeru clan. Finally, when there were only 2 days left until the end of the protection period, the 10,000 Swords Sect's headmaster and the other 2 headmasters had a discussion and secretly left the falling Cloud Mountain range from the back mountain. Watching the Wanjian sect master leave, the Divine Vein sect master said in a deep voice, "The Divine Arrow Ancient Tribe, the clan. Because of this tribe, our godly king warriors were all killed. Now that we've returned, we only hope that they can abide by the original agreement. It's fine even if they raise some conditions and make us their vassal." Back then, our ancestor and the ancient E clan were like brothers. If our ancestor didn't use all the human kings to stop them, the E clan wouldn't be able to survive until now. Although they're only 5-star now, they should be enough to protect us. The ancient desolate land was divided into 5 regions. The 4 regions in the north, south, east, and west were ruled by the 4 4-star ancient tribes. In fact, the 4-star ancient tribes that ruled the 4 regions were controlled by the central region of the ancient desolate land, the wasteland. There were countless ancient tribes in the ancient desolate land. The ancient tribes were differentiated by 9 stars. Among the 4 regions, the 4-star ancient tribes were the strongest. Once they reached the 3-star level, they could enter the wasteland. Among the 3-star to 1-star ancient tribes, the strongest of the younger generation was called a Dao disciple. Anyone who could be called a Dao disciple was a rare genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years or even 1,000 years. They also possessed extremely powerful bloodline power. Of course, it was rumored that there were only 2 or 3 1-star ancient tribes in the entire wasteland. For example, Long Chun, an ancient tribe that had just entered the ancient desolate land, would be listed as a 9-star ancient tribe. Every time they leveled up, they would be promoted by 1 star. This also represented an increase in the strength of the entire ancient tribe. For example, the Li clan and the other ancient tribes were all 7-star to 8-star ancient tribes. If what the 3 sect masters said was true, and the 5-star ancient tribe of the Divine Arrow ancient tribe attacked, no one in the entire North region would dare to attack them, except for the 4-star ancient tribe of the Green Vine clan. The sun rose and set. The number of people in the sky above the Luoyuan mountain range was much greater than a few days ago. All the Dao integration stage experts from the various clans had arrived. It was like a grand event. Inside the cave abode, Long Chun was still immersed in cultivation. Yi Hailan, who was in front of him, had already woken up. At this moment, Yi Hailan's gem-like pupils were actually dark purple, and the coldness around her that made people unwilling to approach her became even more intense. She had already condensed a soul seed in her dantian. Furthermore, she had comprehended the power of laws and refined her Dao body. She stood in the air and stared at Long Chun. She did not know how much time had passed. She did not know when she had fallen in love with Long Chun. That sense of security was something she had never experienced before in her life. Knock, knock, knock. A series of hurried knocks sounded in the cave abode. Yi Hailon frowned and walked out of the cave abode. She said, "It's time. The various ancient tribes have started to challenge us. They want to see." Yi Hailon frowned and gestured for the person to leave with him. The sect masters of the 100 Smelting Clan and the Divine Pulse sect looked at Yi Hailon anxiously and said in a low voice, "Has Long Chun thought of a solution? Those 20 people have already left the array formation. However, even if they break through, how are they going to face the human kings of the various clans?" Yi Hailon replied in a low voice, "Long Chun is currently on the verge of breaking through. We should try our best to stall for time." Chapter 291. The First Battle. Apart from the Shumi clan, all the other ancient clans looked on coldly. Many disciples of the Shumi clan who couldn't make it back in time were killed. Their heads were hung high above the Shumi clan's array formation. 2 human kings from the Li clan leaped into the sky. Looking at the activated array formation, they shouted, "Where is Long Chun? Didn't he vow to destroy the Li clan that day?" Today, 2 human kings from the Li clan have come to ask for advice. The appearance of the 2 human kings from the Li clan made the surrounding people shake their heads slightly. The Li clan's eldest and second brother had already reached the human king realm 30 years ago. If not for their extreme Een bloodline, they wouldn't have been suppressed to the border of the North region. The Li clan's brothers seemed to care a lot about the Shumi clan. When they first arrived, they were already hostile to them. What's going on? They must be ignorant. The Li clan's third brother became a human king much later than his 2 brothers. His cultivation level is also average. It's said that he died at the hands of the Shumi clan's Long Chun. Long Chun? That's the so-called Dao integration youth who's only comparable to a human king. It's said that this fellow was recognized by Han Qianfan. It's a pity that he went against the Li clan and is destined to have a bad ending. After all, the Li clan has already become a vassal clan of the Godwolf clan. The Gilded Rat clan, the Extreme Een Bat clan, the Firefox clan, and the Fan clan are all vassals of the Godwolf clan. This Shumi clan is destined to be destroyed today. The ancient clans discussed fervently. They predicted that the Shumi clan would eventually return to the ancient clans and be destroyed in the ancient desolate land. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 30 Dao integration cultivators from the Li clan flew out and stood in the air. This was an unwritten rule among the ancient clans in the ancient desolate land. When a new bloodline ancient clan stepped into the ancient desolate land, they were destined to be suppressed by the other clans. If the Shumi clan could defeat the Li clan's Dao integration disciples, and if Long Chun himself could defeat the Li clan's king-level cultivators, then the various clans would abide by the rules and retreat. This unwritten rule seemed to be somewhat fair, but in reality, very few people from the clans who had just entered the ancient desolate land could pass the challenge. Inside the Shumi clan's formation, the 100 Smelting Clan's patriarch and the Divine Vein sect's patriarch looked at each other with ashen faces. He braced himself and said, 20 of you, go out and fight. These 20 people were the 20 returned to Void Stage disciples that Long Chun had left behind before he went into seclusion. At this moment, all of them had already reached the Dao integration stage. Even though it was such an unbelievable thing, the 2 clan lords were not surprised at all. This was because they were facing the 30 powerful cultivators of the Li clan who had condensed their Dao bodies, as well as the other ancient clans who were eyeing them covetously. The sect leaders of the 100 Smelting Clan and the Divine Vein sect knew that the Leaf family and the ancient clans were only abiding by the rules because victory was in their hands. However, they didn't dare to expect 20 disciples who had just reached the Dao integration stage to be able to defeat the powerful beings of the Leaf family. So what if they were defeated? The Leaf family and the other 2 ancient clans were extremely hostile toward them. However, the only thing that restrained them was an unwritten rule. Once the 3 ancient clans attacked them, no matter how powerful Long Chun was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the 3 ancient clans by himself. The 2 of them looked into the distance expectantly, as if they were waiting for the Wanjian sect's patriarch to bring back good news. 20 people walked out, followed by 10 Dao integration stage elders from the 5 major sections. Only then did they reach 30 people. Yin Li and Lu Yi stood beside Yi Hailong. They couldn't help but ask, does Long Chun really have a way to get through this? The words he said before he went into seclusion were really arrogant. Now, all the ancient clans are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Yi Hailong looked at the 30 Dao integration stage cultivators who walked out and said in a low voice, if it weren't for him, the 5 major sects wouldn't have been able to enter the ancient barren land at all. It would be even more impossible for so many Dao integration stage cultivators to appear in such a short time. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, no one from the 5 major sects should blame him. Yin Li nodded. However, when she saw the terrified looks on the faces of the 5 major sects, she couldn't help but shake her head. Then, she followed everyone's gaze and looked out of the array formation. The 30 Dao integration stage cultivators had just walked out of the array formation when they were greeted by a sky full of attacks. The 30 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Leaf family attacked them almost without hesitation. Every one of them had already condensed a Dao body and understood a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the Shumi clan cultivators who walked out of the array formation were instantly enveloped by countless rays of spirit light. Miserable cries could be heard incessantly. Rays of divine light shot up. Everyone's pupils constricted. Out of the 30 Shumi clan cultivators, only 10 of them had died. Among them, 20 of them had actually blocked their attacks. Within the Shumi clan, everyone cried out in surprise. They immediately realized that these people who were still alive were Long Chen's subordinates who had just broken through to the Dao integration stage. The 2 human kings of the Li family were also stunned. The people beside them also looked ahead in surprise. They were puzzled. In a short 3 months, this clan has actually produced 20 Dao integration stage cultivators who have condensed a Dao body. How exactly did they do it? Not only that, but they all seem to have condensed a Dao body as well. For a moment, many of the ancient clan cultivators were extremely shocked. The 2 human kings of the Li family said coldly, 20 Dao integration stage cultivators who have condensed a Dao body? So what? Kill them all. As the 2 human kings of the Li family roared, the 30 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Li family attacked again. However, everyone soon discovered that the combat strength of these 20 people was extremely high. Although the Dao integration stage cultivators of the Li family had the upper hand, they couldn't take them down in a short time. These guys are actually all using divine-level martial arts techniques. Moreover, they're extremely compatible with the laws of enlightenment. There's even a faint feeling of being drawn by a battle formation. 20 early-stage Dao integration stage cultivators are actually able to fight against 30 mid-stage Dao integration stage cultivators. Looks like this Shumi clan has some foundation. They're not completely useless. However, everyone's voices came to an abrupt end. Streams of blood stained the Shumi clan's array formation behind them. The 2 human kings of the Li family actually shot out a beam of spirit light at the same time and killed 10 Shumi clan disciples who had condensed a Dao body. Everyone instantly fell silent. They shook their heads and didn't say anything else. Everyone knew that today, no matter what, the Li family and the other 2 clans would definitely not let this so-called Shumi clan off. Get Long Chen out. We're no longer in the mood to play with you. As the 2 human kings of the Li family spoke, they were about to attack again and kill all the Dao integration stage cultivators outside the array formation. Chapter 292. Heavenly Flames make a contribution. All the ancient clans looked at Long Chun. They saw Long Chun slashing out with his sword, and a stream of fire appeared out of nowhere. 30 immortal soul 3rd level disciples of the Li clan were instantly reduced to ashes. Hiss! The eyes of the surrounding people immediately narrowed as they gasped. Long Chen's rule power was not inferior to that of many sovereign personages. It was truly terrifying. Long Chun stood in the air and stared coldly at the two human kings of the Li clan. You don't seem to want to play by the rules. The two Li clan sovereign personages suddenly moved, sealing off Long Chen's path of retreat from the front and back. The eldest son of the Li clan sneered. You finally come out. Today is the day you pay with your life. In the Shumi clan, the two clan leaders shook their heads at this scene. They looked at the Gilded Rat clan and the Firefox clan standing beside the Li clan. At this moment, Long Chen's opponent was not the Li clan. Is this the brat from the Shumi clan who survived 3 moves from Hun Fan? Looking at his aura, it seems like he really has the power of a human king. This brat is indeed extraordinary. His understanding of law far exceeds that of an immortal soul 3rd-level cultivator. However, no matter what, he can't fight against 3 ancient clans and 12 human kings at the same time. In the end, he will still die. Yes, especially the Gilded Rat clan. Ever since this clan returned, they have always been a vassal of the God Wolf clan. The human kings among them are definitely not comparable to those two from the Li clan. Everyone was discussing this matter. They all thought that the Shumi clan would eventually be annihilated. Being targeted by 3 ancient clans at the same time, even ordinary ancient clans would not dare to face them head-on. Moreover, the Shumi clan was really too weak. They only had Long Chun, who was comparable to a human king. The 2 human kings of the Li clan smiled sinisterly. They unsheathed their swords and said coldly, "After we kill you, the entire Shumi clan will be buried with you." After saying that, the 2 of them attacked Long Chun in a frenzy, one from the front and one from the back. The 2 sword lights brought about divine light that filled the sky, and the power of rules spread out in all directions. The surrounding onlookers subconsciously retreated tens of thousands of meters away. Wherever their sword light passed, the air was covered with frost, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. 2 human kings actually attacked Long Chun at the same time. It was enough to show that they were determined to kill Long Chun. Bang! However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Long Chun actually struck out with his sword. Boundless flames burned fiercely, and under the sword light, the entire sky turned red. The attacks of the 2 men from the Li clan actually didn't budge an inch. Both of them felt a strand of vital energy that caused their souls to burn shot directly into their chests, and they turned pale from shock as they hurriedly retreated. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surrounding people. The eldest son of the Li family had a dark expression on his face as he said coldly, "What a powerful nomological power. You're clearly only at the Tao integration stage. How can you have such powerful control over the fire element nomological power?" Everyone nodded and looked at Long Chun in confusion. The 3 of them didn't use any martial skills in this sword attack. Instead, they used the power of rules to attack each other. However, Long Chun was actually fighting 2 people at the same time and wasn't at a disadvantage. That vast and mighty nomological power made everyone tremble with fear. After all, he was only at the Tao integration stage. Long Chun was unperturbed. In the past month or so, he had only devoured the crystal core of the mystical fire beast, and this beast's crystal core contained an enormous amount of fire element. A single mystical fire beast crystal core had actually lit up more than 300 dragon soul scales in his body. Long Chun also knew that this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. However, his current control over the fire element nomological power was far greater than in his previous life. The leader of the Gilt Rat clan, a human king expert, stared at the 2 from the Li family and said playfully, "The Li family can't be so weak, right? You can't even take down a Tao integration stage brat. Perhaps the God Wolf clan should really reconsider if they want you to become their vassal." "Haha, Brother Jin Song, it's not that serious." An elder for the Firefox clan said, "The 2 of them are just giving it a try. After all, Long Chun is only at the Tao integration stage. How can he be a match for the 2 of them?" The 2 human kings from the Li family were livid. They snorted coldly and with a shake of their bodies, a majestic bloodline power appeared and instantly swept out in all directions. Bloodline true form. The two of them actually transformed into gigantic Arctic bats, and their bodies were more than 10,000 feet long. When the two of them revealed their bloodline true forms, Long Chun couldn't help but frown slightly. Only those who had reached the human king stage could manifest their bloodline true forms. Divine technique, bloodthirsty, bone-slaying sword. Divine technique, supersonic slash. The two of them were more than 10,000 feet long and spoke in human language. As their voices fell, the long swords in their hands appeared out of thin air, and terrifying attacks slashed toward Long Chun. At the same time, the two of them pounced toward Long Chun like demonic beasts pouncing on their prey. Wherever their sharp claws passed, even space was torn apart. The sound waves transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays, which fell like a torrential storm. They were formless and colorless. On the other side, the long sword expanded with the wind. The bloody light on its soared into the sky, and it was filled with boundless killing intent and the power of rules. There was no place for Long Chun to stand within 10,000 feet of him. Silver-white scales suddenly appeared around Long Chun's body. The three-eyed thunder dragon celestial body appeared instantly, and thunder surged on its wings. Do-do-do. At the same time, a blue flame shot up from Long Chun's right hand. The five-element sound wave sword technique actually ignited a raging fire in the air in an instant. The fire was like ice, and it was extremely strange. A terrifying scene appeared. The Li family's eldest brother's 10,000 feet body actually froze the moment he got close. Long Chun sneered. His entire body soared into the sky, and countless flames suddenly lingered on his long sword. Divine fire-burning sky slash. Buzz! As his voice fell, the flames in the sky fell like meteors. They landed on his long sword, and then on the Li family's eldest brother. The Li family's eldest brother's 10,000 feet body had nowhere to hide, and he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he relied on his own body's sharp claws to grab Long Chun's attack. The sharp claws were covered with rules, and the attack power was also at the peak. He was not afraid at all. Poochie. However, a terrifying scene appeared. His sharp claws were cut open like tofu, and his huge body was cut into two halves in just a few breaths. The huge body ignited with raging flames and turned into ashes. Under everyone's gaze, the Li family's eldest brother's godly soul immediately escaped, but the next moment it was caught by Long Chun. How is this possible? He actually killed the Li family's eldest brother with one sword. That sword technique is a 9th grade divine level sword technique. Such a strong fire attribute power of rules, and a sword technique at the peak of the divine level. Is this kid really only at this age? The Li family's eldest brother's godly soul kept screaming. How can this be? A 9th grade divine level sword technique that has reached the pinnacle. You hid your strength. Second brother, save me. Gilded Rat Clan, Firefox Clan, what are you waiting for? We can't let this kid live. Boom, crack, crack. Chapter 293. Choosing a tree to inhabit, the second son of the Li clan looked at the spirit in Long Chun's hand and went crazy. The three great clans and more than 10 human kings surrounded Long Chun in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a bare-chested young man walked out from the forest below them. He had bronze skin, sharp eyes, and a fierce aura. He said seriously, "Master, I'm back." This person was Jian Shursan, who had willingly entered the heart of the mountain without using his spiritual power. At this moment, his body was covered in scars, and only half of the sword in his hand was left. Long Chun looked at Jian Shursan and gradually smiled. He knew that since Jian Shursan had returned, he must have condensed a sword spirit. With the power of his sword spirit, Jian Shursan had probably stepped into the Tao integration stage. Coincidentally, just as Jian Shursan returned, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A middle-aged man in a silver-white robe tore through space and appeared. Behind him were three arrogant young men. The last to appear was the sect leader of the Wanjian sect. Everyone stop! The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan and the sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan immediately rushed out from the array, their faces filled with ecstasy. The people who were about to attack Long Chun subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They frowned as they looked at the people who had suddenly appeared. It's the Yi clan of the 5-star Godly Archer clan. Why would this clan come to our border? Although he belongs to the North region, he has never been here before. Look behind him, that's the Shumi clan. It's said that the Godly Archer clan is very likely to become a 4-star ancient clan after the opening of the Divine Mountain this time. This clan is comparable to the Godly Wolf clan and the Spirit Ivy clan. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. No one expected the Shumi clan, who had just returned, to be able to find a 5-star ancient clan to back them up. For a moment, the expressions of the Gilded Rat and the other two clans turned grim. They asked in deep voices, "May I know why the Divine Arrow clan has come to our place?" The silver-robed man did not lower his head. Instead, he arrogantly said, "From today onwards, the Shumi clan is an ancient clan affiliated to my Divine Arrow clan. You are making an enemy of my Divine Arrow clan." As the man spoke, his voice turned cold. Everyone from the Shumi clan breathed a sigh of relief. Only Long Chen's face gradually darkened. The sect master of the Wanjian sect looked a little embarrassed. He walked to Long Chen's side and said, "Long Chen, you don't have to fight to the death. With the protection of the Divine Arrow clan, we can safely establish ourselves in the ancient desolate land." Not only that, the people behind him are human kings from the Divine Arrow clan. As long as we hand over 7% of the supreme grade spirit veins every year, they will stay with us. They have also promised to train you. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man from the Divine Arrow clan stepped forward arrogantly. He stared at Long Chun and said, "From today onwards, you will be a disciple of the Divine Arrow clan with a different surname. You will still be in charge of the Shumi clan, but you will no longer be called Long Chun. We will grant you a different surname." When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed. The Divine Arrow clan was a 5-star ancient clan, and it was highly likely that they would become a 4-star ancient clan after the Divine Mountain opened. Such a powerful ancient clan was actually willing to accept the Shumi clan. However, when they heard about 7% of the supreme grade spirit veins and human kings, they could not help but shake their heads. This meal was equivalent to turning this place into a second clan. As soon as he said this, Jian Shi-san exuded a cold aura. He flew to Long Chen's side and said coldly, "Master, let's go." He knew that Long Chen would not agree. Seeing this, the 100 Smelting Clan and Divine Pulse sect leaders hurriedly walked out of the formation and said anxiously, "Long Chen, we know that your ambitions are higher than the sky. However, this is the only way for us to survive in the wilderness. This path will allow you to grow to the best of your abilities. These 3 clans have the Divine Wolf clan behind them. This is the only way for us to survive." "Ha!" Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. He stared at the middle-aged man from the Divine Arrow clan and said coldly, "The surname of the Yi clan? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." After he finished speaking, Long Chen shook his head slightly at the 3 people from the Wanjian sect and 100 Smelting Clan. He sighed and said, "Originally, I wanted to use the people from the 5 major clans as the foundation for the ancient wilderness. However, it seems that everyone has their own ambitions. Since you've made up your minds, I won't say anything more. Long Chen, you'll be digging your own grave if you make such a choice. Look at the 11 human kings around you." The Divine Pulse sect leader could not help but shout. The middle-aged man from the E clan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Young man, the E clan has taken a liking to your talent. That's why you're honored. Don't be so ungrateful." Long Chen did not even look at the middle-aged man. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I've said that I'll kill all the human kings from the 3 major clans today. I'm not lying. This is also a gift from me to all of you. From today onwards, our relationship is over." Long Chun said indifferently. He was not affected at all. The 3 sect leaders had just made a decision that they thought was right. Everyone had their own ambitions. A good bird would choose a good tree to nest in. Long Chun had already understood this principle in his previous life. He had seen it too many times. He did not blame them. Kill the 3 major clans. After Long Chun said that, the 3 major clans led by the Li clan and the ancient wilderness sneered. Everyone looked at Long Chun as if they were looking at an idiot. They had thought that after the Yi clan and the ancient wilderness arrived, the Shumi clan and Long Chun would be able to escape unscathed. Who would have thought that Long Chun would not appreciate their kindness at all? Instead, he had completely broken away from the Shumi clan. The leader of the Gilded Rats, a human king, stared at Long Chun with a cold smile. He said to the Yi clan, "Since this person no longer belongs to the Shumi clan, can we attack now?" The middle-aged man from the Yi clan looked at Long Chun with contempt and replied, "As you wish." The expressions of the 3 sect leaders changed drastically. Just as they were about to say something, they were suppressed by a powerful aura that rendered them speechless. Long Chun and Jian Shursan stood in front of the 11 human kings without the slightest fear. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. Is Long Chun an idiot? Or is he extremely arrogant? He wants to fight against 11 human kings with just the 2 of them. Jian Shursan held his broken sword and said to Long Chun in a low voice, "Master, there are 11 of us, and I'm alone. You have 10? Although Jian Shursan had condensed a sword soul, he had only just reached the virtual entity level. Fighting against a human king was probably his limit. Long Chun was taken aback when he heard this. He could not help but laugh out loud and said, "There are 11 of us. You just have to kill those who are in the Tao integration stage. Let me see how much sword soul will you have comprehended during this period." Chapter 294. Come with me. Daodu, Daodu. A desperate voice came from Long Chen's body again. It sounded pitiful. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what it was. Only Long Chun sneered. He thought to himself, "I'll let you eat them all this time. But today I want to see the power of the icy blue flame." Ranked 73rd on the heaven-burning list of heavenly flames. As Long Chen's voice fell, the spirit shot toward his left arm like a beam of spiritual light and disappeared without a trace. Buzz! The moment it was swallowed, Long Chen's lightning was instantly covered with ice shards, and it was as if flames were burning on the outside. In an instant, everyone felt the terrifying aura coming from Long Chen's body. The second brother of the Li clan, who was the closest, was the first to bear the brunt. His body was instantly covered with ice again. Blue flames burned on the outside of the ice. His expression changed drastically, and the power of laws in his body surged wildly. Unfortunately, Long Chen's sword had already swept past his neck. In an instant, his head was sent flying, and Long Chen's soul was forcefully grabbed by his hand with a sweep of his divine sense. Hiss! The human kings of the Gold Rat clan and the Fire Fox clan, who were about to attack, suddenly changed their expressions. They instinctively retreated a few hundred meters. A human king expert was killed in an instant. He didn't even have the chance to recover his body. What exactly was that strange, icy blue flame? The second brother of the Li clan stared at Long Chun in shock. His spirit roared. "How can this be? How can you suppress my spirit?" The second brother of the Li clan had never imagined that a human king like him would be beheaded and his spirit forced out. Moreover, the person who did this was merely a Tao integration stage cultivator. Long Chun looked at the Li clan's king in his hand. His expression did not change at all. He only said calmly, "From today onwards, in the ancient desolation land, the Li clan no longer has a human king." As his voice fell, this soul transformed into green smoke, and its eyes gradually became lifeless. In the end, it dissipated in Long Chen's hand and transformed into the purest energy that surged towards the strange flame beast. The soul of the strange fire beast had fused with the icy blue flame, and it also possessed all the characteristics of the icy blue flame. The icy blue flame was ranked 73rd on the heaven-burning list. Long Chen's combat strength was comparable to a human king. If the 12 people in front of him were only at the first or second level of the human king realm, Long Chen would not be afraid of any of them in a one-on-one fight. However, if he wanted to win against all of them, he could only rely on the heavenly flame. At the same time, screams came from the other side of the crowd. Jian Shusan charged into the group of Li clan cultivators with his sword raised. Facing the numerous Dao integration stage cultivators, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. The divine-level sword technique was mighty and unparalleled, but the broken sword was filled with boundless sword intent. With every sword strike, his aura would become even sharper. Within the Shumi clan's spell formation, everyone was completely stunned by this scene. The combat strength of Long Chen and Jian Shusan was simply too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the E-clan sneered and said, "This kid has actually fused with the heavenly flame. His combat strength is not bad, and he can be considered a promising talent. However, he's too conspicuous. These 3 clans are all vassal clans of the Godwolf clan. Today's battle is simply courting death." After saying this, he paused and said to the 3 sect leaders behind him, "From today onwards, draw a clear line with this person. Don't provoke the Godwolf clan. This clan is not simple." The 3 sect leaders looked at Long Chen and shook their heads helplessly. They were grateful to Long Chen from the bottom of their hearts, but they did not dare to take the risk of going against the Godwolf clan. After all, they had already returned to the ancient desolate land. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the spell formation, a mighty voice resounded for thousands of li. More than 10 human kings surrounded Long Chen. The surrounding spectators had already fled tens of thousands of meters away, looking down from the sky in horror. Long Chen actually relied on the heavenly flame to restrain 10 human kings, and it was hard to tell who would win. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The corpse of the 3rd human king fell to the ground. There was a terrifying, bloody hole in his chest, covered with lightning. The 3rd eye between Long Chen's eyebrows was faintly discernible. Once the bloodline ability hit, even human kings were unable to withstand it. The sky gradually darkened. Outside the Shumi clan, apart from the sounds of Long Chen fighting with the human kings, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Outside the spell formation of the falling Cloud Mountain range, the entire area had been razed to the ground. The battle between the human kings had caused the ground to sink deeply. Poochie. Another human king accidentally let Long Chen get close to him, and his entire body was instantly sealed in ice. Although he managed to break free in the next second, the space between his eyebrows had already been pierced. What made them tremble the most was that as long as their physical bodies were damaged, their souls would almost certainly be captured by Long Chen. This was also the fundamental reason why Long Chen was able to resist them. Whoosh! At this moment, only 4 human kings were left. The 4 of them looked at each other and actually tore open space at the same time. They actually ignored Long Chen's attack and directly fled. Long Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. He had killed one of them, but he was unable to stop the other 3 from leaving. On the other side, Jian Shusan's broken sword rose and fell continuously. There was no longer any trace of spiritual power around him, but not a single Dao integration stage expert could get close to him. His ordinary sword moves did not require any spiritual power, but they could kill people. The human kings of the 3 clans either died or fled. Before long, only Long Chen and Jian Shusan were left here within the spell formation of the Shumi clan. The 3 sect leaders and the middle-aged man from the E clan all stared blankly at Long Chen. Today's battle was simply too shocking. The 3 sect leaders could not help but wonder if their actions today were wrong. Choosing to become a vassal clan of the Yi clan to avoid the threat of the God Wolf clan was the right decision. However, it was all too late now. Long Chun slowly walked to the front of the spell formation. His gaze slowly fell on Yi Hailon, and he said, "Come with me. Come with me." These three simple words, when spoken by Long Chun, seemed to have lost all the strength in his body. It was as if another shackle had been unlocked in his heart. If he had brought her away in his previous life, perhaps he would not have so many regrets. If he had accompanied her in his previous life, perhaps she would not have died in the Li clan. These three words were what he owed Yi Hailon in his previous life. Jian Shisan silently stood behind Long Chun and gently pressed against Long Chen's back. This battle seemed easy, but it was actually extremely dangerous. Long Chun was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Hailon. Yi Hailon's cold and arrogant expression suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Long Chun. For a moment, there was silence. Lu Yi, who was standing beside her, pulled Yanli out of the spell formation and shouted, "I want to follow Little Master." However, she did not notice the disappointment that flashed across Yanli's face. She stared blankly at Yi Hailon, the original holy maiden of the five sects. Chapter 295. Entering the Li clan, countless pairs of eyes fell on Long Chun, Yi Hailon, and the others. No one knew why Long Chun wanted to take Yi Hailon away. Perhaps even Yi Hailon himself did not know. The middle-aged man from the Yi clan of the Divine Arrow clan frowned slightly. He looked at Yi Hailon's peerless face and could not help but shudder. He coughed lightly and said, "Although this person seems to have won today, in reality, he has completely fallen out with the God Wolf clan. He killed 3 human kings from the God Wolf clan's vassal clans in one day. I'm afraid you won't have a future if you follow him." Yi Hailon's cold and arrogant face had already regained its calmness. He ignored the Divine Arrow clan's people and stared at Long Chun. He asked, "Give me a reason." Long Chun's eyes were still fixed on Yi Hailon. He gradually revealed a smile and teased, "There is no reason. If you don't leave today, I will use force. Either this human king from the Divine Arrow clan dies in my hands today, or I die in his hands. Today, I will take you away no matter what." As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, Jian Shisan and Lu Yi were stunned. What kind of reason was this? This was simply cheating. Lu Yi gave Long Chun a thumbs up and said, "Young master, you are really shameless to ask for master's wife." Long Chun reached out and pulled Lu Yi behind him. He continued to stare at Yi Hailon. At this moment, the human kings from the Divine Arrow clan gradually turned gloomy. The middle-aged man in the lead said coldly, "Do you think you can fight with us after killing a few human kings at the first or second level? I think you don't want to live today. I will go with you." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yi Hailon leisurely moved and stepped out of the array. The middle-aged man's face was livid as he spoke coldly. The Direwolf clan and Soul Ivy clan have been constantly making preparations for the opening of the Divine Mountain. Once this matter passes, all of you will have no place in the ancient desolation. The 3 sect leaders couldn't help but shake their heads. Although Long Chun's battle prowess was strong, what awaited them was the God Wolf clan. The God Wolf clan was an ancient clan that could compete with the Soul Ivy clan for the right to rule the North region. The goal of the 5 great sects was to enter the ancient desolate land and rediscover the ancient bloodline. Now that the 3 of them had achieved the first step, they were not willing to take the risk. Becoming enemies with the God Wolf clan was too unwise. On the other hand, as long as they followed the Divine Arrow clan with peace of mind, they would be able to make a name for themselves one day, and they wouldn't have to worry about being harassed by other clans in the northern region. Seeing Yi Hailon slowly walking over, the smile on Long Chun's face grew wider, as if all the weakness and injuries in his body had been swept away. Lu Yi grabbed Yanli with her left hand and Yi Hailon with her right hand as she jumped up and down happily. Although Lu Yi was only 1 or 2 years younger than Long Chun, She was like a child who only wanted to refine elixirs. She had a pure and innocent heart. Even Yihylon liked such a little girl very much. Just as Long Chun and the others were about to leave, dozens of people from the three sects looked at each other and walked out of the protective clan array one after another. Among them were the 10 Dao integration disciples who were lucky enough to survive. They had all stepped into the Dao integration stage and condensed their Dao bodies under Long Chen's guidance. "We're willing to leave with you." More than 10 people walked up to Long Chun and said in deep voices. Long Chun looked at the crowd and nodded. Without saying anything, he turned around and led the crowd away into the distance. When the middle-aged man who was the leader of the Divine Arrow clan saw this, he could only heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the crowd headed straight toward the Li clan under Long Chen's lead. 2 Dao integration cultivators couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Long Chun, why are we going this time?" The crowd walked slowly in the mountain range. Long Chun and the others didn't choose to fly. On one hand, there were dozens of Void Return disciples in the group behind them. On the other hand, Long Chun took the opportunity to consume elixirs to heal his injuries. Before Long Chun could answer, Jin Shur-san said lightly, "We're looking for a place to establish ourselves, of course. The entire North region seems to be preparing for the ancient Divine Mountain. We can't miss this opportunity." The 3 human kings of the Li clan and the ancient clans were all dead. However, there were more than 10,000 Dao integration cultivators, more than 1,000 who had condensed their Dao bodies, more than 100,000 Void Return cultivators, and countless Soul Transformation cultivators. In the North region, the Li clan could be considered a huge existence. At this moment, everyone in the Li clan was in a state of panic. With the 3 human kings dead, they no longer had the capital to establish themselves in the ancient desolate land. Not only that, but the ancient clans near the Li clan had already begun to attack them. Without the deterrence of the human kings, they were like a piece of fat meat in a pack of wolves. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. When Long Chun and the others arrived outside the Li clan, the entire Li clan was already in a state of chaos. There were countless casualties. There were even 2 human kings who participated in the looting. The Li clan had existed for a long time and was hated by everyone for possessing the bloodline of the extreme Enbat. Now that there were no more human kings, everyone wanted to step on them. Long Chun looked at the few human kings in the Li clan, and his voice boomed like thunder. "I, Long Chun, want this place." As Long Chen's voice rang out, everyone in the Li clan was stunned. The few human kings who were slaughtering and looting couldn't help but pause. They moved and appeared in front of Long Chun. The 3 of them stared at Long Chun and didn't speak for a long time. Then, they looked at Long Chun and cupped their fists. Then, the 3 of them turned and left with the disciples of the various clans. With Long Chen's arrival, the Li clan, which was originally in a state of chaos, regained its temporary peace. A few middle-aged men at the peak of the Dao integration pinnacle walked out slowly. They stared at Long Chun with eyes full of anger and said coldly, "You are Long Chun who killed 3 human kings from the Li clan. What are you doing here?" At this moment, the Li clan's protective array had already been shattered by the attacks of the human kings. As soon as this person finished speaking, close to 10,000 Dao integration pinnacle cultivators rose into the air and stared at Long Chun with anger. Long Chun looked at the 100,000 people of the Li clan and frowned slightly. He said in a low voice, "I'll give you 2 options. Choose yourselves. First, from today onwards, there will be no more Li clan. I'll cast an array formation on all the people in your clan who are above the Dao integration stage. Second, massacre the entire Li clan and kill everyone above the soul formation stage." Long Chen's voice was calm, but the murderous intent in it was chilling. If these people were from other ancient clans, perhaps Long Chun would let them live. However, they had the bloodline of the extreme Enbat. Once they were chased north of the North region, these people would bring endless disaster. Long Chen's words caused the entire Li clan to sink into silence. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. They knew that Long Chun wasn't lying. In the past few days, Long Chun had killed close to 10 human kings at the Luo Yun mountain range. His reputation had already spread. Chapter 296. Divine Mountain. Almost 10,000 immortal soul integration cultivators of the Li clan appeared in the sky. Among them, there were 1,000 who had formed their Tao bodies. However, they knew that these people were nothing in front of Long Chun. Those who had formed their Tao bodies might be able to take 1 or 2 moves, but the power of a natural order that they possessed was no match for Long Chun. Once they died, those who had not even formed their Tao bodies would be like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They were not worth mentioning at all. Under the power of the natural order, there would be countless casualties. Long Chun did not say a word. In his previous life, after knowing that Yi Hailon had died in the Li clan, he came out of the Divine Mountain. After breaking through to the Divine King level, he slaughtered the entire Li clan and left for the northern region. Long Chun did not want to be a butcher again after slaughtering more than 100,000 people. However, he had no choice but to do so. This standoff lasted for an entire day, until the next morning, when the Li clan members saw that the other ancient clans were still eyeing them covetously. They could not help but shake their heads as if they had lost all their strength. They knew that if Long Chun was not here, the other ancient clans would have caused chaos in the Li clan even before Long Chun did anything. We're willing to submit. The entire Li clan had lost the protection of their human king cultivators and submitted to Long Chun, who had killed 3 human king cultivators of the Li clan. The people who were watching had strange looks on their faces, but they could only retreat in the end. Long Chun nodded slightly. The Li clan had existed for a long time, and its resources were far superior to those of the Luo Yun mountain range. However, he also knew that although the Li clan and the ancient clan had submitted, everyone was unwilling. After entering the Li clan, Long Chun turned a blind eye to everyone's gazes. He only said indifferently, "All immortal soul integration cultivators, follow me." The Li clan members gritted their teeth, but they had no choice. In the next 5 days, Long Chun used his powerful divine will to plant restrictions on all immortal soul integration cultivators. He could kill them all with a thought. As for the return to void stage cultivators, Long Chun did not do anything. After all, return to void stage cultivators were no longer a threat to them. Looking at the cold faces of the Li clan Tao integration cultivators, Long Chun said indifferently, "After the Divine Mountain opens, we will enter as the ancient Li clan." With that, Long Chun turned and left. What is Long Chun trying to do? Did he come to the Li clan just to enter the ancient God Mountain? Once the primordial God Mountain opens, even the desolate region in the center of the ancient desolate land will send people over. Moreover, all the experts from the ancient clans of the northern region will appear. If he wants to get a share of the loot, I'm afraid only death is awaiting him. The Gilded Rat bloodline and the Firefox bloodline only have 1 or 2 human kings left. Their hatred for Long Chun is also monstrous. At this very moment, the God Wolf bloodline has probably already placed Long Chun on their must-kill list. The Li clan members discussed fervently. Jian Shursan said to Long Chun, "These people want to kill us too much. Moreover, this clan is bloodthirsty and greedy. If this continues, why don't we?" At the side, Yi Hailon and Yinli frowned slightly. Jian Shursan's meaning was self-evident. Long Chun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. When the Divine Mountain opens, we will leave. At this very moment, they probably want us to stay in the Li clan. After all, without us, they would have been eaten up by the other ancient clans long ago. And during this period, we can use the resources of the Li clan to raise our cultivation as much as possible." In the following days, the entire northern region of the ancient desolate land seemed to have calmed down. When the 3 sect masters of the Shumi clan heard that Long Chun had actually entered the Li clan, they could not help but shake their heads. Long Chun's actions showed that he was determined to enter the ancient God Mountain. In their eyes, this was practically suicide. It should be known that the Divine Wolf clan and their vassal ancient clans were all going deep into the mountains. Long Chen's actions were akin to suicide. For this reason, the three sect masters even personally went to the Li clan to persuade Long Chen. Unfortunately, they did not even get to see Long Chen's face. Ever since Long Chen entered the Li clan, none of the ancient clans dared to provoke the Li clan. During the battle at the Luo Yun mountain, Long Chen's reputation soared. Although he was only at the Dao integration stage, none of the human kings dared to underestimate him. In the Li clan's cultivation room, Long Chen and the others took out almost all of the Li clan's resources. Among them, Jian Shisan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He, who had condensed a sword soul, could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. On the other hand, Long Chen's cultivation progress was extremely slow. After killing more than 10 human kings, many of the dragon's soul scales in his dantian lit up. In addition, there were also the crystals of the deviant fire beast from before. At this moment, more than 300 scales on the dragon's soul had lit up. His cultivation could also be considered to have reached the second stage of the Dao integration stage. Among them, the fire element nomological laws were the strongest, all because of the deviant fire beasts. I've killed so many people over the past few days. Everyone has the power of bloodlines. This three-eyed thunder dragon technique has also absorbed a lot. Now it seems that I can condense the overflowing rain green dragon technique before I become a human king. I wonder what the green dragon technique's innate divine power is. Long Chen threw spiritual items of heaven and earth into his mouth. In his previous life, he had narrowly escaped death when the ancient God Mountain opened. In the end, he had directly become a human king expert. In this life, although he had taken a more difficult path, it should not be a problem for him to reach the later stage of the Dao integration stage. When that time came, he could also enter the ancient desolate land's central region, the Waste region. The Zhuoyan ancient people where Qing Xian was located belonged to the Waste region. According to Long Chen's memories, the Ninean giant corpse tribe appeared in the ancient God Mountain. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the ancient God Mountain's opening arrived. The pitch-black ancient God Mountain would always be the most mysterious existence in the northern region. Before the ancient God Mountain opened, even a human king expert would not dare to cross the lightning pool and enter the depths of the ancient God Mountain. Long Chen and the others finally left the Li clan. However, the members of the Li clan all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Almost half of the Li clan's resources had been used up by Long Chen and the others. Among them, Long Chen had entered the supreme grade spirit vein to cultivate. He had directly plundered half of the spirit vein's spiritual energy. That day, the Li clan also lost more than 1,000 Dao integration stage experts. They're finally gone. The ancient God Mountain is about to open, and the God Wolf clan will also arrive. We must go to the God Wolf clan and let them have a human king expert. Otherwise, the Li clan will not be able to escape the fate of being expelled. Also, this restriction has to be removed. The God Wolf clan should have a way. After Long Chen and the others left, the hundreds of Dao integration stage experts from the Li clan also left the Li clan. The northern region, which had experienced a short period of peace, once again fell into chaos because of the opening of the ancient God Mountain. All the major ancient clans came one after another. Among them, there was no lack of ancient clans that were 7-star and above. There were even some that were 5-star. Even the Green Vine ancient clan, the ruling clan of the northern region, came personally. Chapter 297. The opening of the Divine Mountain. The ancient Divine Mountain was one of the 5 divine lands in the ancient land. The Divine Mountain of the northern region, the Tomb of the southern region, the Divine Tower of the eastern region, the Divine Sea of the western region, the desolate region's corpses. The existence of the 5 divine lands allowed the ancient land to produce many strong cultivators. Countless human kings and even human sovereigns were emerging among the 5 holy lands, the wasteland was the most magical. Almost all the Rinhuangs in the wasteland were drooling over it. Once it opened, the entire ancient desolation would be shaken. The divine mountain would open every once in a while, but it did not open for long. Therefore, some of the clans in the desolate region did not pay too much attention to it. However, there would still be a small number of 4-star ancient clans and above who would participate. Many ancient clans from the northern region arrived one after another. The pitch-black divine mountain stood in the air like a huge, irregular black hole. Ancient clans from all directions arrived one after another. Among them, the Shumi clan from the Luo Yin mountain range was the first to arrive. It was quite close to the divine mountain. However, at this moment, the leaders of the Shumi clan were 3 human kings from the divine Arrow clan. Ever since the Shumi clan submitted to the divine Arrow clan, no one has dared to cause trouble for them. However, I heard that this clan has handed over 70 to 80% of their clan's resources. They are simply a lackey clan. Lower your voice. The divine Arrow clan has already sent their strong cultivators here. Do they want to die? Look, the divine Wolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan are here at the same time. And the ancient Green Python clan. Countless people exclaimed when the various ancient clans arrived. The arrival of the Soul Green Vine clan and the Divine Wolf clan attracted everyone's attention. In the northern region, the Soul Green Vine clan was the ruling clan of the desolate region. Their strength was evident. Looking up, there were at least a dozen ancient clans stationed 10,000 meters away from the Divine Mountain. Among them were human kings and many disciples of the Path Unification stage. However, the moment a group of people walked over, the gazes of all the ancient race beings turned over in unison. The people who came were Long Chun and the others. At this moment, they represented the Li clan. He really came. That day, he killed 3 human kings from the Li clan, 3 from the Gold Rat clan, and the Firefox clan. He actually dared to appear. After all, he's only at the Tao integration stage. This divine mountain is simply too attractive to him. Amidst the crowd's sighs, the gazes of the Gilt Rat clan and the Firefox clan were as sharp as knives as they ruthlessly slashed at Long Chun and the others. The 2 ancient clans followed closely behind the Godwolf clan. The leader of the Godwolf clan, a middle-aged man, had strange wolf-shaped divine glyphs on his face. He looked at Long Chun immediately. Then, he said indifferently, "This is the youth that you all spoke of, comparable to the Tao child of the desolate domain, the youth who killed nearly 10 sovereign personages by relying on some strange flame?" The remaining sovereign kings of the Fox clan and Gilded Rat clan nodded with sunken faces. Yes, it's him. There are too many strange things about him. At this moment, Long Chun also noticed this scene and looked towards the Godwolf clan. 4 pairs of eyes met. The leader of the Godwolf clan looked at him with a cold smile, but he didn't seem to care about him at all. On the other hand, a man walked out from the Soul Ivy clan to the side. It was Hun Qianfan from that day. Hun Qianfan smiled as he walked towards Long Chun. He said, "I never thought that I would hear of your magnificent feat as soon as I arrived. I have indeed underestimated you, but I have to thank you this time. You were able to basically cripple 3 vassal clans of the Godwolf clan when the Divine Mountain opened." Ha! Hun Qianfan did not hide his intentions at all. This caused the Godwolf clan to snort coldly. Long Chun smiled faintly. It's just that 2 or 3 people escaped. It's a pity. The faces of the Gilt Rat clan and the Firefox clan completely darkened when they heard Long Chun's words. For a moment, the atmosphere between Long Chun, the Soul Ivy clan, and the Godwolf clan became tense. Rumble. At this moment, the pitch-black Divine Mountain suddenly shook violently. The entire sky seemed to tremble uncontrollably. Hum! Hum! Cracks actually appeared on the pitch-black mountain at the side of the Divine Mountain. The cracks were multicolored and filled with dense spirit energy. It was completely different from the outer layer of the Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain had opened. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared fixedly at the crack on the Divine Mountain. At the same time, an extremely ferocious beast with a human face, a dragon body, and a candle flame in its mouth appeared. This person soared into the sky with an extremely arrogant expression. He rose up alone, but no one dared to move. Even the Soul Ivy clan, the overlord clan of the North region, could only wait for this person to enter before they dared to move. The 9 giant corpse tribe. Longshan knew this person's identity at the first moment when he saw him. Hun Qianfan saw Long Chun staring fixedly at him and explained, the 9 giant corpse tribe usually doesn't appear. It's said that the daughter of the tribe will be engaged in 2 months. This person was ordered to search for an item as a congratulatory gift. The 9 giant corpse tribe worshipped the divine beast, the candle dragon. All the women in the tribe had to find a partner when they reached the age of 18. In his previous life, the 9 giant corpse tribe also came at this time. However, they didn't come for Qing Xian's engagement, but for Zhu Yinzhong. Longshan nodded. After seeing the 9 giant corpse tribe member disappear into one of the cracks, everyone started to move one after another. The people of the various clans quickly entered. Hun Qianfan stared at Long Chun and the mini Dao integration stage and Void Return disciples behind him. Then, he looked at the Godwolf clan and said, "You can enter with the Soul Ivy clan. In this way, I can take care of you." Long Chun cupped his fists. He naturally understood Hun Qianfan's good intentions. However, he refused and said, "We're not affiliated with the Soul Ivy clan. We'll enter on our own." He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since he doesn't appreciate our kindness, why are we waiting for him? Let's go. Another elder of the Soul Ivy clan glanced at Long Chun contemptuously and motioned for Hun Qianfan to set off. In his eyes, Long Chun simply didn't know what was good for him. There were many secrets and dangers in the Divine Mountain. Long Chun and the others entered for the first time. Even if they didn't face the threat of the Godwolf clan, not many of them would be able to walk out alive. Hun Qianfan shook his head and didn't say anything else. He bid farewell to Long Chun. Long Chun looked at the cracks on his body and said to the people behind him, "I can't guarantee that all of you will survive this time. However, I want to tell you that entering this place will be a great opportunity. It can even allow ordinary Void Return cultivators like you to directly step into the Dao integration stage and even condense a Dao body. The 10 of you who have already condensed a Dao body have a 1 in 100 chance of directly stepping into the human monarch realm." Long Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the Jian Shi San and the many disciples behind him. Chapter 298. In the Labyrinth Tunnel. Jian Shi San had a fervent look on his face. Among all of them, he was the only one who believed in Long Chun. He was only at the return to Void stage. Now that he had condensed a Sword Soul and used the power of the Sword Soul to reach the Dao integration stage in such a short period of time, his speed was unimaginable. The 10 Dao integration stage disciples with decent bloodlines also stared at Long Chun. They couldn't help but ask, "We're only at the initial stage of the Dao integration stage. 1 in 100. 1 in a chance to reach the human monarch stage. Is this really possible?" If these words were said by someone else, they probably wouldn't even ask. After all, it was simply impossible. However, Long Chun had shown them too many impossibilities. A 1 in 100 chance to reach the human monarch stage. This chance seemed slim, but in reality, it was a fatal temptation to them. They were only at the return to Void Pinnacle stage and had never been able to reach the Dao integration stage. However, with Long Chen's heaven-devouring mantra, not only did they reach the Dao integration stage in a short period of time, but they also condensed their Dao bodies. All of them subconsciously thought that they would be satisfied if they could reach the human monarch stage in their lifetime. However, at this moment, their goal of decades, or even a lifetime, was actually right in front of them. Long Chun had no intention of explaining. He simply turned and rushed toward a crack in the Divine Mountain. Jian Shi San followed closely behind him without any hesitation. Then, Yi Hailan followed closely behind. Lu Yi and Yin Li also entered, followed by the 10 Dao integration stage disciples. Is it really possible? Can we really reach the Tao integration stage directly? Or even condense our Tao bodies? The remaining return to void stage disciples looked at each other. They followed Long Chun and left the Shumi tribe because they worshipped Long Chun since they were in the 5 great sections. However, they were not even considered average in the Shumi tribe. Now they had the chance to condense their Tao bodies. Let's go. At worst, we'll die. If we miss this opportunity, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. Yes, if I can reach the Tao integration stage and condense my Tao body, I'll have no regrets in this life. One by one, the return to void stage cultivators leaped up the mountain. They couldn't fly, so they had to rush to the crack where Long Chun and the others had disappeared. In the distance, the Divine Arrow clan could not help but sneer when they saw this scene. They said to the 3 sect masters behind them, "Did you see that? The existence that you're talking about is comparable to a Tao disciple. He is simply a demagogue. Even a void return realm cultivator who enters the Divine Mountain will definitely die." Perhaps he really does have. The 100 Smelting Clan's clan leader subconsciously said as he recalled Long Chen's past. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was berated by the leader of the Divine Arrow clan. "How dare you? How dare you question me? Take some Tao integration stage disciples with you and follow my clan into the depths of the mountains. I'll show you how the return to void stage cultivators behind Long Chun die." After saying that, the Divine Arrow clan also chose a crack in the mountain and entered the interior of the Divine Mountain. After Long Chun and the others entered the interior of the Divine Mountain, they were instantly dazzled by the brilliance of the mountain. A strange fragrance wafted into their noses, and a gentle breeze with rich spirit power caressed them. It made their hair stand on end. Lu Yi, Yin Li, and even Yi Halen's arrogant faces could not help but reveal intoxicated expressions. Lu Yi even exclaimed, "This place is so beautiful." As she said that, she actually skipped forward. However, her body had only moved half an inch when Long Chun stretched out his hand and pulled her back. Long Chun stared at everyone and said, "From the moment you step foot into this place, none of you are allowed to move as you please. Otherwise, your life and death will be unpredictable. The 4 of you follow behind me." Long Chun gestured for Yin Li, Jian Shisan, and Yi Hailon to walk behind him. Everyone looked around with puzzlement. This place was like a paradise. It was not as dangerous as Long Chun had described it to be. However, they soon realized that they were not the only ones. The people from the various clans who appeared from all directions actually stood in place without moving. When Long Chun saw that everyone's eyes were filled with doubt, he explained, "This is the interior of the sacred mountain. There are paths in front of us from where we're standing. However, the paths lead to different areas. There are many killing arrays inside, and every step is dangerous." Long Chun pointed at a long path that was covered with flowers under their feet. He casually kicked a stone down. A strange scene occurred. The stone actually disappeared into thin air. It did not fall or shatter. It just disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked around. At this moment, they were in a ring-shaped space. It was extremely large, and its radius was probably several times the size of the Luo Yun mountain range. There were countless flowers and huge rocks, and in the center of the space was a huge stone pillar. On top of the stone pillar, there were tens of thousands of paths that connected to the surrounding mountain walls. One of them extended to Long Chun and the others. This situation was the same for all the clans. However, everyone now realized that the birds and beasts in this ring-shaped space would disappear and reappear as if they were constantly escaping into the void. The clans were very far away, but everyone could always see each other. It was extremely strange. Just follow me. This first path is only the path to the middle of the stone pillar. It's not difficult. The other clans should have already made preparations. Let's go. Long Chun gestured for everyone to follow. Long Chun walked directly from the mountain wall to one of the paths where the central pillar was located. However, the moment he stepped into the path, he disappeared. Everyone was stunned on the spot, and only Sword 13 followed, closely behind, and took a step forward. "Just follow me." Long Chen's voice sounded in everyone's ears again. When everyone stepped in one after another, they felt that there was an earth-shattering change in front of them. The path that was supposed to lead straight to the central pillar had now branched out, and at the end of each branch was a pillar in the middle of the mountain. Long Chen looked at one of the pillars, and a smile appeared on his face. This pillar had a total of 9 levels, and inside it were things that all the clans dreamed of, and he clearly knew what existed on each level. Seeing Long Chen lead everyone and disappear into the path, the leader of the Divine Arrow clan on the other side sneered and said to the leaders of the 3 clans beside him, "The space here is chaotic, like a maze. Once you step in without preparation, it's very likely that you will fall into the black fire. Even a human king can't last more than a breath. None of those fellows have entered this place. I'm afraid that dozens of people will die on the path to the stone pillar before they can walk out." The people of the Shumi clan all gasped and secretly thought that this place was terrifying. However, they didn't know that the reason the Divine Arrow clan brought them into the interior of the sacred mountain was partly because of this path. As soon as everyone finished speaking, the leaders of the various clans began to move. Some took out many talismans, while others took out magic weapons. Then, they entered the path intermittently. Chapter 299. Sacred Mountain Opportunity. The huge stone pillar in the center of the sacred mountain was like a bone with countless blood vessels extending from it. All the ancient clans gradually disappeared into the tunnel. Not long after, Long Chun and the rest heard waves of miserable screams. The screams seemed to come from all directions, but also seemed to be right in front of them. It made their hair stand on end. At this moment, everyone looked at Long Chen's back with reverence. They had already reached the end of the tunnel and were about to step into the stone pillar. However, no one was injured. After passing through every intersection point, Long Chen could easily choose the next path. Soon, the space in front of everyone changed. When they reappeared, the tunnel behind them had already disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by a vast grassy plain. The plain stretched as far as the eye could see, and there wasn't even a single brown stone in sight. Everything was green. Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. This was the first level of the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain stone pillar was like 9 independent spaces. In the first level, there was one thing that Long Chen had to obtain. This thing was a magic weapon called the Haoyan Bell. This bell had an unparalleled defensive power. It would be of great use in the next few levels. However, this bell was broken. In fact, most of the items in the first level were closely related to the mechanisms in the next level. However, ever since the 9 levels of the Sacred Mountain stone pillar space appeared, no one had ever gone past the 5th level. In other words, although there were 9 levels, no one had ever set foot on the last 4 levels. In this first level, a mechanical beast will appear every 10 meters. Therefore, you must not walk too fast. Otherwise, once the mechanical beasts pile up, it will be extremely troublesome. Long Chun instructed. Everyone nodded. Yi Hailon and the rest looked at Long Chun in shock. Jian Shi-san could not help but ask, "Master, have you been here before? How do you know this place so well?" Long Chun nodded and did not explain further. Every mechanical beast will have a primordial stone. Absorbing this primordial stone can help you comprehend rule power. You can try to get as many as you can. After Long Chun finished speaking, he walked into the distance. When he had just walked 10 meters, the grass on the ground suddenly trembled. A green light soared into the sky, and a mechanical beast made of black iron appeared out of thin air. However, Long Chun's footsteps did not stop at all. The sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and in an instant, the mechanical beast was cut in half. This scene made Jian Shi-san reveal a look of awe. Long Chun was also a person who possessed a sword soul, and his use of it had reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cut black iron in half so easily. Everyone started moving as well, following behind Long Chun as they walked into the distance. However, everyone quickly discovered that wherever Long Chun went, there would still be mechanical beasts appearing. Jian San and the others almost subconsciously walked 10 meters. However, they soon saw nearly 100 demonic puppet beasts appearing in front of them. Long Chun frowned slightly and turned back to say in a deep voice, "Pay attention to your steps. Don't walk 10 meters at the same time. Every 10 meters, the strength of the mechanical beasts will increase by a level. At the end, even a human king will not be able to resist a large number of mechanical beasts." Everyone looked at the nearly 100 mechanical beasts and felt a layer of cold sweat appear on their backs. Fortunately, the first mechanical beasts that appeared were not strong. The many path integration powerhouses used an hour to kill all of them. The moment the mechanical beasts were killed and the primordial stones were taken out, they turned into nothingness and disappeared as if they had never appeared. Everyone obtained nearly 100 primordial stones. These so-called primordial stones were actually green light stones. However, they were warm to the touch and did not have any spiritual power. They were very different from ordinary spirit stones. At this moment, Long Chun had already walked thousands of meters. Everyone followed behind him and did not dare to move casually. Every 9 meters, everyone stopped. For the 10th meter, they walked in groups of 10. This cycle repeated. Although the mechanical beasts that appeared were stronger and stronger, there were not many of them. They could deal with them easily, but their speed was much slower. Even so, after walking for several hours, no other ancient tribe members had entered the first level. Long Chun had already walked tens of thousands of meters and could no longer see the path they had come from. On the other side, ripples of divine light suddenly flickered in the space of the first level. Finally, the ancient tribe members arrived one after another. The first person to arrive was the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's powerhouse. After this person entered, the other ancient tribe members arrived one after another. However, everyone's expressions were not good. Compared to Long Chun and the others, they were probably in a very sorry state. Han Qianfan said with lingering fear, "There are so many spatial changes in the passageway of the first level this time. Just entering here alone, our tribe has lost more than 10 path integration powerhouses and dozens of return to void powerhouses. Although the ancient tribe members entered from different passageways, they appeared less than 1,000 meters apart. Many other ancient tribe members nodded in agreement. The space in the passageway was constantly changing. Although they had the help of magic tools, they still made mistakes. Every time they made a mistake, someone would die. On the other side, the Divine Arrow clan's deep throat and the 3 sect leaders' expressions were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Almost 70% of the disciples they had brought in had died. This was because the Divine Arrow clan had actually used them as pathfinders. The middle-aged man from the Divine Arrow clan merely sneered when he saw the ashen faces of the members of the Shumi clan. Now you know how terrifying this place is. Even Dao integration stage experts have a slim chance of survival, let alone return to void stage experts. Do you see Long Chun among the ancient tribe members here? I'm afraid they're still trapped in the passageway. Even if they're lucky, it's already good that 10 of them are still alive. Not far away, the Divine Wolf clan, the Gilded Rat clan, and the Fire Fox clan snorted coldly. 2 human king powerhouses even said coldly, "It's fine if they can't reach this place. If they reach the first level, it's time to take their lives." The ancient tribe members appeared one after another. Everyone seemed to know where the checkpoint to the next level was. They all turned around and faced the direction Long Chun and the others had walked in a few hours ago. However, compared to Long Chun and the others, they were more troublesome. There were more than a few thousand ancient tribe members here. Once these people moved, they would release a large number of mechanical beasts. Not long after, the Spirit Vine clan, the Divine Wolf clan, and a few 5-star clans stepped forward and formulated a plan that was almost similar to Long Chun's. However, after walking 10 meters and killing hundreds of mechanical beasts, they did not find the origin stones on them. They were extremely young. Almost all of the origin stones disappeared after they killed the mechanical beasts. Only a small portion of them remained. Everyone's expressions gradually turned gloomy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.